I'm excluded. Yeah, I'm not admitting. I'm not admitting State's Exhibit 53, 54, and 55. Anything else from this witness?
No, Your Honor. We asked that Corporal Michael do the distance.
Any objection? Thank you very much. You're excused. State, call its next witness.
State will call Officer Jorstad, our investigator.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please be seated. And Mr. Jorstad, we're having some audio issues in our courtroom, so I'm going to ask you, I know you, I've heard you testify before and you project well, but I'm going to ask you maybe to get a little bit closer to the microphones this time, just to make sure everybody can hear you.
So would you introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, sir. I'm Sergeant Jorstad with the Gwinnett County Police Department.
Sergeant, how long have you been with me?
Just over 10 years.
Sir, what are your duties and responsibilities today?
So currently, I'm a road supervisor. I'm a sergeant. I'm assigned to our Central Precinct Day Watch. So I supervise on my squad about 7 officers, and currently we just do day-to-day operations, handle 911 calls, and other proactivity.
July of 2022, what were your duties?
At that time, I was a corporal in the homicide unit, so I would work homicide cases, other assault, terroristic threats cases, and assist other detectives with their investigations.
Did you work a homicide case that took place at the QT corner July 10th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
What was the nature of your involvement in this case?
So I assisted Detective Harrison with numerous things. I went to the initial scene with Detective Harrison. I also conducted several different interviews with him and helped him execute various search warrants at other locations.
One of the search warrants that you executed, could you tell us about that?
Yes, so it was in Rockdale County, get the address. The physical address, I believe, was 2200 Harvest Grove Lane. The complex address was, I don't forget the numerics, but it was on Iris Drive in Conyers. That was an address where Jeremiah Pledger was.
And how had she been related to this case?
So she was related to one of the
Absolutely. In these moments, I'm going to ask you to go with Eddie and go back to the jury deliberation. Do we need Sergeant Jorstad to step out? Okay. Sergeant Jorstad, if you're to step out, we'll be right back with you. Yes, thank you for your projection on the witness stand.
It's raised just around what he did, and it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, so it's not.
I'm gonna sustain Mr. Clegg's objection at this time to the question how it was asked. If we could get Sergeant Jorstad. Shooter, would you mind telling them to bring the jury back in? I don't have a bailiff. We're ready. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, we've resolved that legal issue very quickly, so you're only out a few moments. Mr. Melton, go ahead.
What's the name of the person whose residence that you went to search?
Jeremiah Pledger.
Okay, while you were there, did you find any particular items in evidence?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to share this with previously marked as States Exhibit 66 and 67. Do you recognize those?
Yes, sir.
And were those items that were recovered at Ms. Pledger's house
Yes, they were.
that relate to this case?
Yes, sir.
Judge would tender 66 and 67 at this time?
Okay. States Exhibit 66 and 67 are admitted without objection.
At some point during this investigation, were you able to get into the Texaco gas station, Lindbergh Drive, and Gwinnett?
Yes, sir.
What was the reason for going down there?
The suspect vehicle had been tracked via the Fuchsia's cameras to have been at that location prior to the homicide. So we wanted to go see if we could get any surveillance footage of.
Unless there is an actual, it seems to flock yesterday from Warside Drive and various areas in both DeKalb and Gwinnett County. If there are some particular photographs in question that the state is seeking to produce that show the vehicle at that location, that's by all means fine. But for him to simply testify to that absent the photograph itself or some sort of video itself would be objectionable, so I would object.
The next question.
Right.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as States Exhibit number 68. You had a chance to look at the contents of State 68.
Yes, sir.
What's contained in State 68?
Surveillance footage from the Texaco down on Lindbergh.
Is that the Texaco video that you got?
Yes, sir.
And Judge, previously business records notification has been given with this video, and this time we tender State 68.
I have no objection to that now.
Okay. States Exhibit 68 is admitted.
And Ms. Berger,
I thought I heard her
Okay,
say.
I'm so sorry.
She did not. Thank you, Mr.
Hard to
Melton.
hear.
No, I thought yeah.
you had the opportunity to look at a still shot of a photo of one of the occupants of that Mercedes that went into the Texaco gas station.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to share what's been previously marked as States Exhibit number 69. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
Is that a still shot taken from the Texaco gas station showing one of the defendants in this case?
Yes, it is.
Judge, at this time, we'll take, tender state 60.
I have no objection to that.
Okay. State's Exhibit 69 is admitted without objection.
Other than the search of the Irish Lane location and going down to the Texas gas station, do you have any other responsibilities in this case?
Just assisting with interviews. That's it. Morning.
That's a search warrant in the case? That's fine, we're not gonna question it.
Yes, I do.
That's fine, that's fine. D6 is a search warrant that you applied for, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that was for a DNA test bugle swab for David Booker, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Got you. What date did you request that search warrant?
Do you mind if I look?
Sure, oh, yeah, absolutely. That's
I believe it was actually June 20th
June,
of 2022.
June 20th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Take another look at that, because the homicide didn't happen until July 10th of 2022.
I'm sorry, July 20th of 2022.
July 20th, 2022. That's fine. Always want to be clear. Now, my question is, did you go down? Did you visit New Texaco?
Yes, sir.
Did you visit New Texaco before July 20th, 2022, when you requested the bugle swab, or after? Do you recall?
I was down at Texaco, I believe, of July 12th, 2022. So
Okay, so
prior to that search warrant.
I got you. I understand you're at the Texaco. And you received some information at the Texaco. Who directed you to go to the Texaco? Do you recall that?
I do not recall specifically who gave us that
Okay, I'm
information.
trying to put it together. I understand flock. You used a different word. Remember the word that you
Fuchsias.
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 Fuchsias cameras. Is that right? What's the term you use? Fuchsias what?
So Fuchsias is just a camera system. It's kind of like all-encompassing. They also have multiple cameras everywhere. It's kind of like Flock, but it also runs in conjunction with Flock.
I got you, Fuchsias. So Fuchsias isn't something that's global where Flock is underneath it. Fuchsias and Flock are sort of different systems.
Similar, yes.
Okay, that's
I agree with that.
Some things I ask that I just don't know. You went down to the Texaco. You went down to the Texaco based on some camera, Fuchsias, Flock, or otherwise picking up the E350 somewhere?
Yes. That's,
Okay. Did the Flock camera?
Okay, I've got the Texaco video admitted without objection.
I'm just trying to figure out how he got to Texaco.
Right. Right.
We are, Judge. I'm asking what video or what source led him to get to the Texaco. That's what I'm trying to understand.
And you're objecting on what legal grounds?
I'm objecting not to the Texaco video, but whatever it is other than the Texaco video that we're not apparently going to use.
Well, I don't know. if
We
we're
don't
gonna
know.
be able to see
We don't know. We don't know what his answer is. Correct?
Well, I suppose that his answer is going to be, no, I have no idea, and there's no point in asking the question. So, I mean, definitively, I have a pretty good idea what the answer is going to be. But I'm not believing that there is any sort of actual evidence that is going to be introduced that will allow for him to testify as to that.
I understand. Ms. Drake, you have a dog in this fight? Mr. Melvin?
Please, my question. There's absolutely no legal basis for this at this point. We haven't cited a single rule.
They want him to testify as to the content of a particular video or photograph that has not been produced and is apparently not working.
I don't know that,
I don't want to talk
I
about
don't-
the content.
no.
I'm just trying to understand how he got to the Texaco.
I'm-
What led him to go to the Texaco? I don't need the details.
I'm going to overrule the objection at this time, Mr. Click. Go ahead, Mr. Lewis.
Okay, if you can recall, do you recall what led you to go to the Texaco?
There was an investigative lead that came from when we learned about the Mercedes through either Fuchsia's or flock cameras that led us down there.
Okay, so some type of information that you or the lead detective or another detective who was examining the cameras, they said it might be best for you to go down there and take a look. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
When you went down to the Texaco, did you go straight to the Texaco or did you sort of canvass a number of different businesses?
We started straight directly at the Texaco.
Okay, good. And was your intention to canvass a number of different locations or was it just to go to the Texaco?
With the information we had, just the Texaco.
Okay, I got you. And ultimately, when you went down to the Texaco, were you able to get whatever information you needed at that time in terms of video, or did you have to come back at a later time?
No, sir, we got it that day.
Okay. And that was on July the 12th of 2022, is that right?
Yes, sir.
I got you. I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Click.
I believe it was Lindbergh Ave or Lindbergh Drive. I don't remember the exact numerics.
Lindbergh and, Lindbergh intersects with Piedmont, does it not?
I'm not super familiar with downtown Atlanta.
It's in Atlanta. I mean, but you went there, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you go to Northside Drive?
I don't recall.
Do you recall, or do you know, and again, how far Lindbergh is from Northside Drive?
I do not know.
Ms. Drake? Okay. Mr. Melvin? Well,
That is not Miles Collins, is it?
No, sir.
Didn't think so. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Melvin?
No redirect, Judge, but ask that Sergeant George said we excuse him. Okay.
Thank you, Sergeant Dorsett. Thank you. Have a good day. State Cops, next witness.
Today we call Chloe Wendelin.
For the record? For the record only. Okay. Okay. Defendants, if you'll remain standing, come on up, sorry, and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please be seated. I can tell that you're a soft spoker. We're having some audio issues in our courtroom. We're in the old building. So I'm going to ask you to get close to the microphone when you respond so you project and everyone can hear you.
Okay.
Before you start, Mr. Melvin, I'm going to admit Defendant's Exhibit 5 for the record only. And Defendant's Exhibit 6 for the record only without objection.
Morning, Ms. Wendelin.
Good morning. Good, how are you?
Made it over from Alabama, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's talk about what you used to do.
I am an auditor.
How about in July of 2020?
I was a crime scene technician here in Gwinnett County.
What were your duties and responsibilities as a crime scene technician?
We were dispatched out to crime scenes to take photographs, collect evidence, bring that back to the lab, photograph evidence. By the request of detectives, collect fingerprints, buccal swabs, all different types of things that they would need from us.
As it relates to the QT murder case, did you have involvement in the QT murder case?
Yes, sir.
Was a person by the name of David Booker brought to you for photograph?
Yes, he was brought upstairs, and I was requested to photograph.
Photographs of the British Mark 71 through 80, and I see the flip through those. To see if it's familiar.
Yes, I am familiar with these photographs.
And how are you familiar with them?
I took them myself.
Are those photographs true and accurately represent Mr. Booker as he appears tonight?
Yes.
The contender states 71 through 80.
Mr. Clegg,
I don't have any objections at all.
okay? And Mr. Lewis, let me make sure I understand. Are you asking Mr. Melvin to ask this witness who are these photographs? I'm not understanding. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to reserve admitting these photographs until that. No, you don't have any objections. Okay. Okay. Okay, it's not the testifying, it's Mr. Melvin saying, got it. He's gonna not do that again, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All
We'll
right.
ask for a contemporaneous objection. Should I do that?
Absolutely. Okay. States Exhibit 71 through 80 are admitted without objection.
Ms. Wenderlake, did you do anything else in this case?
I took buccal swabs.
Of which defendants, if you remember?
I know it was Mr. Collins and Mr. Booker.
Thank you. No further questions.
Chloe Winlick? Yes, sir.
The photographs that the prosecutors placed in front of you, are they all photos of the same person?
Yes.
One person. Do you recall when those photographs were taken?
July of 2022.
Okay, you don't know the date in July of 2022?
Not off the top of my head, sir.
I got you. And when you took the photos, did you know the name of the person who was the subject of the photography?
Yes.
Okay. What was his name?
Mr. Booker.
I got you. Did you take any other photos of anyone else in this investigation?
I did take photos of Mr. Collins as well.
Got you. Do you recall when you took pictures of Mr. Collins?
Again, I don't remember the date specifically, but it was July of 2022.
Fair enough. Do you remember whose photos you took first between Mr. Booker and Mr. Collins?
I do not.
Okay. Was Mr. Booker cooperative when you were taking the photos?
Yes.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Clegg?
In addition to taking photographs of him, you had made reference to collecting buccal swabs, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And would you have collected buccal swabs from both Mr. Booker and Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Just so we understand each other, a buccal swab is essentially, kind of looks like a Q-tip, right?
Yes, sir.
You take the Q-tip and put it into the mouth of the individual when you are collecting the sample from.
Yes.
And the purpose of doing that is to seek to collect DNA evidence, correct?
Yes.
Once you have taken the
Yeah, it would put it into a cardboard box, sealed, and then put into another additional bag and sealed as well.
You don't do any DNA testing yourself.
No, sir.
You simply collect the biological evidence that could be used for the purpose of DNA testing, right?
Yes.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Mr.
So after you put it in the envelope and sealed it, is it something similar to one of these bags or something that you would put it in?
Yes, ma'am. There's a cardboard box inside of those bags.
And you have to initial that,
Yes.
and it's with a specific case number,
Yes, ma'am.
and then what do you do?
I then put it into an evidence locker.
And who has access to that?
I believe I know these were put into the CSI units, evidence lockers. We have a area in our unit that we would store there, and then it would be later submitted to the main evidence unit.
Were you ever requested to transport those samples to the GDI for testing?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Melvin?
And I apologize, Ms. Whittley, when did you refer to pictures, sketches of the 77, the 78, 79,
Oh, sorry. What was the numbers again? I'm sorry.
77,
76.
And I apologize, I don't know if I did this correctly, but 71 through 76, who's that pictures of?
Mr. Booker.
And 77 through 80.
That would be Mr. Collins.
Okay. I'm not sure if I made that clear, Judge. That is the tender of this. Thank you.
Ms. Winlet, my jury here this week has heard the term buccal swabs and buccal swabs. Can you talk to them about that, just so there's no misunderstanding?
It's the same thing. I'm sure it's just how the person wants to pronounce it. It's been a while since I have worked for Gwinnett. I may myself be mispronouncing it the wrong way. So, but buccal and buccal swab are the same exact DNA sample. Yes, ma'am.
You testified that after you concealed it and marked it appropriately, it went into an evidence storage place at CSI,
Mm-hmm.
and that eventually it would have been transported to the main evidence room?
Yes,
Did you transport it to the main evidence room?
I did not.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall when you would have taken the actual photographs of Mr. Collins?
Those would have been taken at the same time that the buccal swab was collected.
And that would have been in July of 2000?
Yes, sir.
Right? Is it fair to say that at this juncture you don't recall the specific day, correct?
No, sir.
Now, you took the photograph, you documented some tattoos on the photographs, correct?
Yes.
And if there was any sign of physical injury to Mr. Collins, you would have taken pictures of those injuries as well, correct?
Yes.
Looking at my notes, it appears that you took a photograph of a side profile of Mr. Collins, correct?
Yes.
You took a photograph of the inside forearm of Mr. Collins, correct?
Yes.
You took a photograph of the side of his neck,
Yes.
and a photograph of the top of his hands and the top of his forearms, is that correct?
Yes.
You did not observe any sort of injuries whatsoever to Mr. Collins, did you?
No, sir.
If you had in fact observed any sort of injuries, you would have taken a photograph of said injuries, would you not?
Yes.
And you would have been in relatively close proximity to him when you took those pictures, right?
Yes.
probably 3-4 feet away.
Yes, or closer.
And when you guys take pictures of suspects in criminal cases, and especially in a homicide, you are not stingy with the number of pictures you take, right?
No, sir.
There were more than 4 pictures taken of Mr. Collins, correct? You've got 4 here, right?
Yes.
But typically you would take 20, 30 pictures of an individual who is arrested and charged in a homicide case?
Yeah, depending on the tattoos and injuries, anything that we need to further zoom in on.
Sure. Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
No further questions, yes, ask us to release this.
Mr. Clerk? All right, thank you very much. Ms. Winwick, you are released. Thank you. State calls next witness.
State call Lori Mann.
You'll come up on the steps, and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you very much. Ms. Mann, we're having some audio issues, and so I'm going to ask you to get close to the microphone, with your face close to the microphone when you answer so it projects, okay? Thank you so much.
Ms. Mann, could you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Yes, sir. Hello, my name is Lori Mann. I'm a forensic biologist at the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
How long have you been doing that?
I've been a forensic biologist since 2013. I've been with the ATF since 2017.
Can you explain to the jury what forensic biology is?
Yes, forensic biology is the examination of evidence in a crime to determine if there are biological materials present. We examine those materials for the possible presence of DNA evidence and make comparisons between that evidence and known reference samples.
What educational background do you have?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biochemistry and Molecular Biology, as well as a Master's of Forensic Science in Forensic Biology specifically. Both of those are from the Oklahoma State University.
And how many examinations with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms have you done?
Examinations specifically or cases as a whole?
How about both?
I would say between 20 and 50 cases a year. Each case may have an average of 10 evidence samples. It's hard to have an exact number, I'm sorry.
A bunch.
It's quite a few, yes.
Have you ever been called on to testify as an expert in the courts of the United States, as an expert in forensic biology?
Yes, I've testified about 10 times as a forensic biologist.
Okay, this time we tender Lori Mann as an expert in forensic biology.
She's so qualified.
Ms. Mann, could you explain to the jury what DNA is?
Yes, DNA is a molecule within the cells of our bodies, and it codes essentially for the way that we develop as humans. You inherit half of your DNA from your biological mother and half from your biological father.
So what is it made of? DNA. Dio something.
Deoxyribonucleic acid is the scientific term, but yeah, we call it DNA for short. It is made of different proteins, essentially, sugar phosphates.
Do all humans have DNA?
Yes, all humans have DNA.
How does the science of DNA work to determine a person as touches?
So what you're asking about specifically there is the activity of deposition, the activity of how DNA got onto an item, and our testing cannot allow us to make that determination.
So how do you determine if DNA is present on the sample?
So the DNA process in the lab is pretty straightforward. We apply pretty much the same process to all of the evidence that we get. When I receive an item, I will collect samples from various parts of that item, depending on how I think it may have been handled, or if I see possibly blood present, things like that. So I'll collect those samples, typically with a swab. I use a wet swab followed by a dry swab, and that's the DNA sample that I take forward for testing. So that sample goes through several steps of testing in the laboratory, and at the end, I hope that I have a good DNA profile that I can then use to compare to a known reference sample from an individual.
Were you asked to do the DNA test as relates to this case?
Yes, I was.
The issue has been previously admitted as State's Exhibit number 13 as a third mass treatment location achieving at QT gas station, July 10, 2022. Did you come into contact with the contents of State's 13?
Yes, I can see my initials on this package.
The issue has been previously admitted into evidence of Stage 42, which is it buckle or bugle?
Buckle is how I pronounce it.
You're the expert, so let's go with buckle. Stage 42 previously admitted as the buckle swab of Josiah Hughley. Do you have contact with that?
This is not the swab you're referencing. This is a swab that I actually collected from the mask during my processing.
Okay, and when you collected that swab, did you compare the swab with the buckle?
Yes, they did make that comparison in this case.
I'm going to object to the testimony about the results. I don't believe the chain of custody has been established on the swab from Mr.
Excuse me, sorry, Judge.
Certainly.
Stage 42, what was that again? Stage 42?
So when I processed the mask, I noticed a significant area of red staining. I tested that area for the possible presence of blood, and it was positive. From that area, I took these swabs, and then I sampled a part of these swabs for my testing process, because blood typically has a high amount of DNA, a high quantity of DNA, so I don't need to use my whole sample. So this is essentially what was left of that swab after I performed my testing.
Just 1 second.
Exhibit 65. Ms. Drake? Ms. Drake?
There's still not been any
Okay.
chain of custody on that from
Okay, that's your objection. Okay.
The issue is State 65, which is the buckle swab, which is
Yes, sir.
You recognize Stage 65?
Yes, I can see my signature here on this paper chain of custody.
And what is the contents of Stage 65 as it relates to your investigation?
This is a known reference sample from Josiah Hughley.
And were you able, and when you received Stage 13 and Stage 65, were they sealed?
Yes, so the packages were sealed, and then after I did my examination, I added my own seal onto it from where I opened it.
Now, when you received it in a sealed condition, had the seal been tampered with?
I don't recall if there was tampering. That would be something I would record in my notes.
Did you record that in this?
I'm sorry, sir. I genuinely don't recall. It does appear to be sealed appropriately at this time.
And this, had the sample been tampered with, is that something you would maintain in your report?
Absolutely. Seals are very critical for maintaining chain of custody, and so if there's anything unusual in the seal, if it's not sealed properly, that is something that I note, and then I also call the special agent or the investigating agent who submitted the evidence to me, and I let them know that it wasn't properly sealed.
In this case, did you notate any tampering at all in the minutes?
Not that I recall.
I'm going to show you, and I'm sorry if this place states the
Here it is. States 81. Did you generate a report as it relates to this case?
Yes, sir, I generated 2 reports in this case.
I'm going to refer to states 81. Is that report as related to this case?
Yes, this is the second report that I generated.
And in that report, does that contain the contents of the examination you did between states 13 and 19?
States 13 being the mask. Yes, it does.
Did you notate any tampering at all?
So that would be in the notes that I take as a process of opening the evidence, which is not contained in the report. But again, I do not recall if it was open or unsealed as I received it. Even if the interior packaging was open and or unsealed, typically there are multiple layers of packaging, and so sometimes the exterior layers will be sealed, and that seal will be sufficient for the interior layers. I apologize, I don't want to misremember.
States 13, COVID mask. You did the DNA testing on that.
What was the result of the test?
Yes, sir. So I collected several samples from this mask. Is there one in particular you would like me to address, or shall I go through all of them? The mask specifically?
Yes, ma'am. The mask that states 13, and that is in relation to the testing done on buccal swab.
I'm going to object. May I ask one question, and I can give my objection
Okay.
for the objection? You said that all of those packages are now sealed. When you were answering a question of Mr. Belvin, you said they're also properly by AR now. So all those packages are sealed. Would that be a correct statement?
So when I'm looking at the seal, what I'm looking for is tamper-evident tape, which I can see that these all have covering, or this one specifically that I'm holding, has covering the openings. I'm looking for initials and date on that tape, so across the tape and onto the package. So it is intact there. I see initials on this tamper-evident tape. I see a seal in there, which I think is probably the seal that I applied, because that looks like our evidence tape from what I can see. That appears sealed, and then I see here, this is the seal that I created when I made this exhibit. Looks like there's some tape that was removed there, but it doesn't appear to be an opening, so this also appears appropriately sealed.
Your Honor, I'm going to repeat my objection. The chain of custody has not been established. She has just testified that even when something is open, it can be concealed. She herself did not remember if there was anything wrong with the seals when the sample was given to her for comparison. And we don't know who took it there, how many people touched it, was it ever open, was it ever resealed? So I would object as to chain of custody.
Each one of those issues goes to weight under visibility. Crime scene technician said she sealed it. This man said she generally sees it sealed, but never That's what it means.
I agree it goes to weight, and I'm going to overrule the objection.
Let's get to the result. COVID. What was the result?
Yes, sir. I collected several samples from this mask, so I'll just go through each one and describe what I've collected. Exhibit 1.1, which I collected again, was swabs of the staining that I saw. Then I took a sample of that. That became Exhibit 1.1.1. So that is a cutting of a swab of reddish-brown stain from the mask. That's the first sample I took. Sample 1.2 is swabs that I collected from an area of fluorescence on the blue side of the mask. So this is sort of a standard mask that we all saw during COVID, those disposable blue and white masks. So I examined it for what we call fluorescence, which is an indication to me of a possible biological fluid such as sweat or saliva. And so I collected specifically from that area of fluorescence on the blue side of the mask. Exhibit 1.4 is a swab of the white side of the mask, including an area of fluorescence. I see that 1.3 is not in this report. that's because this is a lighter report, and that one was not suitable for comparison, so we leave it out of later reports. Exhibit 1.3 was swabs of the remaining area of the blue side of the mask, so I swabbed the area of fluorescence, and then I swabbed sort of everywhere else, and that one isn't in this report, again, because I wouldn't have made comparisons to it. And then finally, I cut open the mask. So inside the mask, there's essentially like a filter. So it's sort of coarse fabric type paper. And I noticed that that also had fluorescence on it. And it's important that it was on the interior because the exterior, if you'll remember, had possible blood staining. And so when there's blood staining present, blood can tend to flake off and get all over everything. And so I'm looking for areas that were protected from that possible blood staining. And so by cutting it open and getting that protected area on the inside, that's sort of a way that I can reduce the number of contributors to a DNA sample. So I took a cutting from the area of fluorescence on the interior filter of the mask, and that was my final sample.
When you did the comparisons, what was
So I made comparisons to each of the known reference samples that I received in this case.
let's focus on the reference sample just by a few.
Yes, sir. So it's important to describe how we reach our conclusions. Can I? Okay. So when we're making a comparison to a known reference sample, the type of calculation that we do is called a likelihood ratio. And so this is a way of describing the weight of the DNA evidence when we make that comparison. And so a likelihood ratio compares two different explanations for given observation. So our observation here is the final DNA profile that I developed. And so we're trying to think about what are two ways that we could have seen this DNA profile. So we compare those two hypotheses. So in general, we're comparing the possibility that a known individual contributed or that any other known and unrelated individual in the population contributed to the sample. So I made that comparison with Josiah Hughley for Exhibit 1.1.1 and found support for exclusion of Josiah Hughley in that sample. So it's important to note that the likelihood ratio will provide us a weight. So that number can be a large number, that number can be a small number. And the size of that number is what allows us to reach a conclusion. So we do have 5 different conclusions that we can reach. We can generate a conclusion of support for inclusion of an individual in a sample. We can say there's limited support for inclusion in a sample. We can say there's limited support for exclusion of a sample, and we can say an individual is excluded. And then there's a 5th one that's not in the report because we don't see it too often, and it's just inconclusive, which just means the ratio doesn't tell us very much. So from the cutting of the reddish-brown stain on the mask, the comparison was that Josiah Hughley was excluded as a possible contributor to that sample. For the swabs of the fluorescence on the blue side of the mask, there was support for the inclusion of Josiah Hughley as a possible contributor to the major component of that sample. And a major component is just a part of that sample that we've determined is suitable for comparison. So the major component may mean that some individuals contributed more to the DNA sample than other contributors. And so we're only making comparisons to those major component contributors. Then I have Exhibit 1.4, the swab of the white side of the mask, including possible areas of fluorescence. There was support for the inclusion of Josiah Hughley as a possible contributor to that sample. That was just a single male contributor in that sample, so not a mixture. And then same with Exhibit 1.5, again, just a male DNA profile consistent with a single contributor. And this was the cutting from the interior filter of the mask. And there was also support for the inclusion of Josiah Hughley as a possible contributor to that sample.
You previously mentioned likelihood ratios. What is the likelihood ratio?
Yes, so I list the statistical calculations in my report for each comparison that we make. So for the comparison to Exhibits 1.2 which is the area of fluorescence on the blue side of the mask. That's grouped with a different exhibit that we haven't mentioned, so I'll leave that one out for now. This mixture, essentially the sample resulted in a mixture of 3 individuals. And again, we're not making comparison to all 3 individuals, just a major component to the profile. So I mentioned we're talking about what are 2 possible ways or 2 possible explanations for seeing this sample. So those 2 possible explanations that we compared here were that the DNA originated from Josiah Hughley as a contributor to the major component, along with 2 other individuals, or did the DNA originate from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals? So we made a comparison of those 2 possibilities. And so the result here was that the DNA profile seen in Exhibit 1.2 is at least 1 trillion times more likely if it originated from Josiah Hughley as a contributor to that major component, along with 2 unrelated, unknown individuals, than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals.
I want to make sure I heard you right. That's 1 trillion TR?
Yes, sir, 1 trillion.
Thank you. Now let's move away from that. I just want to, are you familiar with principles of degradation and contamination that relates to DNA?
Yes, sir.
Could you explain what degradation is?
Yes,
Well,
so...
can I just make it a little clearer since you're qualified as an engineer. If I have a pound of chicken right here, and it sits there for 10, 100, 1,000 years, is it possible that it will degrade to such an extent to not get a DNA, or insufficient DNA? Say it's chicken. Is that a possibility?
I'm sorry, I am very unfamiliar with DNA testing
Okay.
for chicken.
Okay, but, I mean, is it possible that a living substance, DNA, can degrade to such an extent that you cannot tell what it is?
So with the testing that we use, yes, it's possible that samples can become too degraded that we cannot use them to compare to known reference samples.
So in the DNA world, trying to keep it simple, even if it degrades, it'll never morph into beef or turkey as far as testing is concerned. Is that correct?
That's correct. So degradation is essentially where the DNA that's present breaks down due to, it could be any of a number of different factors. So what we see from a degraded sample is essentially a loss of data. It doesn't change the data in any way. It just reduces the overall amount of data that we see. So factors that can degrade a sample can include exposure to heat or sunlight or bacteria, things like that.
And as far as contamination, just for my part, keeping it simple, if I have a pound of chicken and a pound of beef, and a pound of beef touches the chicken, theoretically, if I take a DNA sample at a particular spot, it could test for chicken, it could contaminate, it could test for beef, it might even contaminate both. Is that about right?
So just drawing on your analogy, if 2 evidence samples come in contact with each other, yes, DNA transfer can occur through that contact.
Okay, so, but the chicken and the beef, even if it's contaminated, will never test as turkey, correct?
So that's also correct. I think I see what you're trying to say here. We're not going to create a 3rd DNA profile. Exactly. It's not going to morph into something else or change. Yes.
And when you're talking about a likelihood ratio of 1 in a trillion, that kind of excludes that there was any decontamination or contamination or degradation. Is that fair to say?
Honor, I'm going to attach, you can't testify to contamination because we don't have everybody here who actually says you don't know what they may or may not have done to it, so it's speculation.
1 in a trillion, Judge. In other words, the sample that she tested, he would have had to test it as opposed to accidentally. That's what he's doing.
I'm going to overrule the objection. She's an expert.
Yes, thank you. So, chicken and beef touch, even if those are contaminated, it'll never come out as a third.
Correct. Two DNA samples touching each other will not create a 3rd different DNA sample.
In the sample that you tested, you didn't see any degradation. You were able to get results of degradation.
That doesn't mean there was no degradation. We do often see small amounts of degradation in evidence samples. It's not uncommon. For things that are extremely or highly degraded, we may not get all data present. Sometimes we may get what we call a partial profile, which means some of the data isn't there. And if the partial profile is good enough, we may be able to still make comparisons to it. But if a sample is highly degraded such that there's little DNA remaining, then we may not be able to make comparisons to it.
But your finding was the likelihood ratio is 1 to 2.
That's correct. That was the result of this likelihood ratio.
Thank you.
Mr. Lewis.
Yes. Good morning.
If not, my name is Lawrence Lewis. If I ask you a question you don't understand, you just let me know. It's lawyers asking science questions, so it may be a little awkward. I hope it's not, but if it is, don't be shy.
Yes, sir.
In correcting me. So let me start here. In July of 2022, for whom did you work?
I worked for the ATF at that time.
Give it to me again.
I worked for the ATF, that's the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
And in July of 2022, how long had you worked for them?
Since late 2017.
So it's been about 5 years?
Yes, sir.
And your job title was what?
Forensic biologist.
That's what I thought. I got you. Are you still working for the agency?
Yes, sir.
I'm assuming working for ATF, then you've been qualified to testify in federal courts, is that right?
I have testified in federal court, but primarily state courts.
I got you. The prosecutor gave you an example about degradation. State prosecutor here, they gave you an example about degradation over time. Is that right? Did he give you that example?
We did discuss degradation, yes.
Okay, and in my mind, it's not necessarily degradation over time, but it's degradation as a result of exposure to bacteria. Do I have that right, or do I have that wrong?
So there are many factors that can degrade a DNA sample. Bacterial exposure is one of them. Also, I mentioned sunlight, heat, things like that will break down, and the bacteria specifically essentially chews up the DNA that's there, and so we can lose some of the sample to degradation in that way.
Does blood degrade by evaporating?
No.
Okay, so it's not just time. Something else has to occur during the time in order for that blood to degrade. Is that fair to say?
Yes, so we can think of it as the application of those degrading factors for an extended period of time that could increase the degradation.
Right. Have you ever heard of digital DNA?
I'm not familiar with that term, no.
All right, thank you very much. No further questions.
Mr. Clegg.
My name is Tom Clegg, and I represent Mr. Miles Collins. In addition to the buccal swabs, that for years I had been pronouncing buccal swabs.
That's fine,
Glad
too.
you've corrected me. You also received buccal swabs from Miles Collins. What were identified as coming from Miles Collins, right?
That's correct.
And you compared them with the samples taken from the mask, right?
Yes, I did.
And you excluded Mr. Collins as a potential contributor to any DNA that was found on the mask, right?
Yes, so for each of those 4 samples that I made comparisons to on the mask, Miles Collins was excluded as a contributor to the sample.
All I needed to know. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Great.
Now, you do not know Josiah Peter, correct?
That's correct.
And the only reason why you were labeling the sample that you tested and compared as Josiah Peter's is the package that you received from another agency.
So typically when we receive things, it is from our own agents. So it does have to go through our agents and our agency to be submitted to the lab.
Where do they
I can see on this package that there is a Gwinnett County Police Department label. I can't speak to the exact transfer that occurred as I was not present at that time.
But the reason why you're saying Josiah Hughley is that's what the package says.
That's correct. Yes, that's how it was submitted to me.
That's all.
Can you redirect?
Yeah, Your Honor, we ask that,
Release next week.
No objection.
All right, Ms. Mann, thank you for testifying, and you are released. We're going to take our morning break, 15 minutes. Okay. People, is that you, Tracy? I'm gonna, listen, the next time I hear a ding, my deputy is going to be at that door. Armando, you need to tell your people, the next time I hear a ding, anybody who comes in here is gonna have to put their cell phone in a basket and be collected by the deputies. I can't have that in my courtroom, that's the rule. So I've said that about 3 times now, and it is Thursday, and I'm gonna unfortunately have to go to take it a step higher and collect phones if I hear a ding again in the courtroom. We are off the record and court is recessed for a break. Thank you. Bob, make sure you stop them and tell them to turn their phone off, not silence. turn it over to you, Mr. Melvin.
Today we call Officer, Judge, before we call the next witness, I would tender State's Exhibit 81, the DNA report, for purposes of the record.
All right.
Well, subject to my previous objection.
Would you, yeah.
I have no objection. I think as long as the jury understands that when it's submitted for the record only, that means it will not go out to.
Yes. There's certain evidence that I admit for the record only, and that is they're required by law that it doesn't go back. That evidence, when you hear me say I admit it for the record only, it won't go back with you to the jury room by law. And I will admit State's Exhibit 81 without objection for the record only.
State, we call Officer Dorenzo to the stand.
Remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please be seated. Officer, we are having some audio issues, so I'm going to ask you to move your body forward as close to the microphone as possible so that you can project and everybody can hear you. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for our court reporter?
Sure. I'm Anthony D'Arienzo. It's spelled A-N-T-H-O-N-Y, and my last name is D''A-R-I-E-N-Z-O.
How are you employed, sir?
Gwinnett County Police Department.
What do you do for them?
Currently, I'm assigned to the computer forensics lab.
How long have you been doing that?
Over 4 years.
What training and qualifications do you have that allows you to hold that position?
I'm certified through a company called Celebrate. Celebrate's one of the biggest forensic companies when dealing with cell phone forensics. They've been around since cell phones kind of first became a thing. So you want me to explain a little bit about Celebrate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You probably at some point in the past had an old phone, and then you got a new phone, and you had to move your contacts and everything over. It's easier now than it was back then. So if you went to Verizon or Sprint, AT&T, whoever it was, they'd take your old phone, usually bring it in the back, and then they'd have your new phone, and they'd hook it up to a Celebrate device. And that company made the technology to move the data, to migrate your data over and make it a whole lot easier for you. So as times progressed, they've continued learning cell phones, and they're able to do forensics, and they have the tools that we use in our lab that help us process data. So in 2019, I went to Celebrate training and have 2 certifications through that company. One is a CCO, which is a Celebrate Certified Operator, and the second is a CCPA, a Celebrate Certified Physical Analyst.
So in order to get certified by them, you have to undergo a certain amount of testing?
They test you at the end of the training, and then every 2 years you have to go for continued training. So that's since 2019 I've maintained my certifications through them.
Were you certified on Celebrate in July?
Yes, I was.
Sir, how many cell phone extractions have you done?
In a little over 4 years, I've done over 700.
Have you ever testified as an expert on cell phone extractions and digital forensics?
I have.
Your Honor, this time the tender, Officer Dorenzo, as an expert in cell phone extractions and digital forensics. Yes,
Officers, you are qualified as an expert.
so you talked about cell phone extractions. Could you walk the jury through exactly what a cell phone extraction is?
Sure. Cell phone extractions, sometimes they're called cell phone dumps or downloads. When we get a cell phone in our lab, that cell phone has to be hooked up to technology that can read the contents of it. So we have various tools in our lab that we hook phones up to, that tool can then read the contents of the phone and then copy that data off. Once you get the data off, it's in a raw format. Computers are digital, so it's code that's not really useful for humans. So you have to take that code and then run it through that physical analyzer program. That's through Celebrate. So when you have the raw data, you load it in the computer using that software. The software will then take that raw data, read it, and interpret it, and then give me the ability to generate a report that is useful for an investigation.
Did you actually do that as it relates to phones in this case?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to ask you, you have 4 cell phones sitting in front of you, and I'd like to walk through each one. And let's go your left to right. So the one on the left, do you recognize that phone, sir?
I do.
How do you recognize that phone?
This is item, so we, at the police department, we have evidence software that we use. It's called SAFE, and then when evidence comes in, it gets assigned item numbers. So I work off of item numbers when things come into me. So this was the phone that I downloaded.
When you say download, are there different things? I've heard terms like before first unlock. Could you walk us through what exactly that means?
Sure.
The phone comes to you, what steps you take to alert
Yeah, the easiest way to describe this is when a cell phone comes into us, the state that it comes into us matters. If the phone is off, we can get a limited amount of data when we turn it on. If the phone is on, but I don't know the passcode, the technology we use can still get almost all the data off the phone without ever knowing the code. That's if that phone came to us and it was on. If a cell phone comes in and the passcode is known, we can get usually the full contents of the phone off of it because it's pretty much wide open at that point. It's not locked down. So with a BFU extraction, that just means before first unlock. So that would be a phone that came in that was off or had been powered down prior to us getting it. So when I turn it on and I don't have the passcode, I get a very small amount of data. That's a BFU.
Is there another type of extraction?
There is. There's an after first unlock or an AFU. That's where that phone comes into me and it's on, but I don't know the passcode. We can get a lot of data off those phones. And then the other type is a full file system. That would be a phone that came in. It could be on or off. It doesn't matter. We either know the code or there is no code on the phone. So if that comes into us like that, we can get what is known as a full file system.
So before I get to the phones in question, when I got my iPhone years ago, I had to set up an account, had to type in my name. Is that kind of information that someone can pull off the phone without anything?
It can, yes. Celebrate can, or tools like Magnet's Gray Key, we use that in our lab. That can also do it.
Does every cell phone have a unique identifying number?
It will.
Almost like a fingerprint cell phone?
Yes.
What are those numbers called?
It's called an IMEI number. It's an International Mobile Equipment Identifier. That's what IMEI stands for.
So any two cell phones have the same IMEI number?
No, they will not.
So they're unique to the fingerprint.
Yes, sir.
Does that come in useful in investigation?
Yes.
How?
Well, it helps me identify a phone, so I know this phone will be different from this one. For instance, Apple, they actually, on some of their models, began etching the IMEI number in the SIM tray. So if you pop the SIM, there's a little tray on the side. You may have seen it. Some of the newer phones have gone to an electronic SIM card, so there's no physical little card anymore. It's electronic. But on some of the older phones, when you eject that SIM tray that holds the SIM card in it, it's actually etched in there. It's very, very hard to see it, but it's actually there.
So, in particular, like my cell phone, if I'm driving down the road and I connect to a cell tower, will it identify my particular cell phone as the IMEI?
It will know, yeah, because that's how your cell phone's on the network, is through your IMEI or through the SIM. Yeah.
Let's go to the phones in question. We'll go left to right. I believe states 36 is the number before this. Is that right?
On the right, my right, is 37.
We'll go with 37.
Okay.
Did you examine 37?
Yes, I did.
Now, it says Stacy's in 37, but there's a TCPD item What's that item number?
68.
And as it relates to the examinations of these phones, did you prepare a report?
Yes, I did.
Would refer to that report help you in your testimony?
Yes.
If you have it with you, feel free to pull it.
Okay.
Let's talk about the cell phone that's been previously identified with State's Exhibit 37. Tell us about that phone.
Okay, so this State's Exhibit 37 is item number 68. This was submitted by Detective Harrison to our lab. I was assigned to this case. It came under, would you like me to give the search warrant number?
Sure.
Okay. It's 22X01034. I examined this phone, and this was a phone that came in that was powered on, but I didn't know the code, so I got that AFU extraction. Okay.
Which is after first unlock.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's correct. So when I get the data off, it comes in a zip format, which again is not, it's not going to do anybody any good. It has to be processed. So that data goes into Cellbright's physical analyzer, where it parses through all that data, and then I'm able to generate a report, which is what I did. Those reports are UFDR reports, or more commonly known as Cellbright reader files.
Okay. States 37, was there a particular cell phone number identified with States 37?
Yeah, the phone number is 470-886-5190.
And was a particular person identified with that phone?
Yeah, the owner name says Josiah Healy.
Okay, now when you say the owner name, was that derived from the phone itself or because somebody just put a sticker on it?
So there's a device name, which when you set up a phone through Apple, you can name it whatever you want. But there's other account information and things like that that have to be put in for you to have an Apple phone connect to iCloud.
So I want to be clear, when we're talking about Josiah Healy, you said device name, is that something that the original owner set up in that phone?
Yeah, for device name, it says LUHJ5. So you can put in whatever you want for a device name.
Gotcha. And that number was again 470-886-5190?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you did a AFU extraction on that phone?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And let's go to the next phone. I believe it's, there you go. What state exhibit are you holding?
52.
52. So are we able to do a BFU and AFU?
Okay, this one. This was a BFU extraction before
so-
first unlock.
Were you able to pull off a cell phone number and a name associated with States 52?
Yes. The cell phone number for that one is 470-342-9346.
Okay. Was a name associated with that one?
Owner's name is David Booker.
Did that come out of the phone?
Yes.
Next phone, sir.
States Exhibit 66.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
States Exhibit 66 was a number derived from that phone according to your examination.
Okay, so this one would not boot up. When I turn this phone on, the Apple logo comes on and then goes off, and just constantly was stuck in this boot loop it's often referred to. So I was not able to extract anything from this data, from this phone. It also did not contain a SIM card, so I couldn't do an extraction for a SIM either.
Now, even though a phone is not able to have any information extracted, if it's out on the road, can it still send cell site location information?
If it has a connection, yes, it can.
Okay, let's go to the next phone.
States Exhibit 67.
Yes, sir. The phone number associated with State 67?
Okay. That phone number is 470-839-1041.
And the name associated with that phone?
Jeremiah Pledger.
When you did the extractions, did you download it into a file? Did you download
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 82. Is that zip drive containing the cell phone extractions you did?
Yes, sir, it is.
Judge, we tender State's Exhibit 82 at this time. Correct. Thank you.
Mr. Clegg? Mr. Melvin has tendered cell phone extraction zip drive States Exhibit 82 with having all 4 of these downloads on it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes. Yes. It's for all 4 of the phones he's just identified. That wasn't identified, and then 67. Yes, Ms. Pledger, and it's 470-839-1041.
Did not have an extraction. That's the one that's
So so what Mr. Melvin has requested, he's tendering Exhibit 82, which is a cell phone extraction zip drive for Exhibit 37, Exhibit 52, Exhibit 66, that didn't result, he couldn't get any data out of, and Exhibit 67. It's okay. Correct. And he testified there was nothing, he couldn't get anything out of it.
correct.
Huey, Booker, and Pledger. Right. All right, Ms. Drake? All right, States Exhibit 82 is admitted without objection.
Thank you. Officer Dorenzo, when you finished the extraction report, did you turn it over to detectives in this case?
Yes.
That's all I have. I don't have any questions. Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Clegg? Ms. Drake?
The device name and the owner name in and of itself may not be the same. Is that what I understood?
Yes, ma'am.
And the owner name is the person who purchased the phone or who the account is in?
Yes, correct. The device name is what you name it, so you can name it whatever you want. The owner name will reflect the owner.
Okay, and that's the person who purchased the phone.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be related to their iCloud account.
So, like in our family, I've got 3 kids, which we still pay the bills for, so they're adults. If we're all in the same plan and Scott Drake has purchased all 5 phones, they're all gonna show Scott Drake as owner. And they may have a different device.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And further?
Just to follow up, let's talk about States 67. My Pledger. Did the cell phone report indicate not the device name, but the owner name?
On 67. Okay. Okay. 241. Yeah, do you want the owner name for that one?
Yes, please.
Okay, it says Jeremiah Pledger.
All right. And how about the next cell phone?
Working backwards?
Yeah, States 66. six, you couldn't get extraction on the rest
Correct.
of the street.
He identified States Exhibit 52 with the number and the name David Book.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah,
That's all, Judge.
okay. Anything, Ms. Drake?
No.
Okay, well, I just want to make sure after Mr. Melvin. Okay, all right, wait, may we release this witness?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, officer, and you are released. Thank you.
Your Honor, that takes us through the station one.
Gotcha, okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna take an extended lunch until, I believe we said 2?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that correct? Defense attorneys, 2? Okay. All right, so you can either stay and get lunch. If you get lunch here in the building, you need to eat together, stay together, and Gwinnett County will purchase your lunch. But since it is extended, if you need to run out for an errand, you certainly can. I just want you to not be in the cafeteria without your group. Just stay with your group as far as the cafeteria, okay? But it's up to each individual juror, you know, if they want to, we're going to have a little bit of time if you needed to run to the post office or something, okay? All right, thank you. Court is adjourned. We're off the record. so the ex and her daughter attacked this woman afterwards. The little girl was a teacher. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a good break. It is our intention, it's my understanding, the state is calling one more witness, and we're gonna then release you, and we'll get out of here a little early tonight, or we'll get out of here as soon as this witness is done. I'm gonna try not to take an afternoon break, but if anybody needs a break, just let one of our bailiffs know or catch my attention, and we'll take a break, okay? All right, Mr. Melvin?
Today we call John Wilbanks.
Yes. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Investigator Wilbanks.
Mr. Wilbanks, could you state your name for the record?
Yes, it's John, last name Wilbanks, Wilbanks.
Where do you work, sir?
The Gwinnett County District Attorney's Office.
In what capacity?
I'm a criminal investigator for the Drug and Gang Task Force.
What law enforcement experience do you have?
In civilian law enforcement, I started in 1998, so this is my 27th year. I started with the Gwinnett County Police Department in that year. I did my first 17 years there. 13 out of the 17 years I did robbery and homicide investigations. And in 2015, I came here to the District Attorney's Office. I had a short retirement and then came back.
What are your responsibilities currently with the District Attorney's Office?
As a criminal investigator assigned to the unit I'm in, I get cases from the point of a warrant being taken and or someone being arrested for a felony offense that falls into a certain category of crimes that comes to our unit. And then I handle working that case up and getting it ready for trial as we are here today. So there are police investigators that handle it initially in a lot of cases. And then once it comes to our office, we help get it across the finish line, I guess you could say, if there's any additional interviews that need to be done or additional evidence that needs to be sought. And from time to time, I do work like I did in this case, which is looking at phone records.
What training and experience do you have that qualifies you to look at phone records?
I've got between 150, 200 hours of training regarding different types of examination of phone records and or cellular devices. So that's through a number of companies. One of those companies is a company called Celebrate, which teaches us about phones, how they work, and how data can get extracted from the actual devices. But I've also been trained by the FBI's CAST team, which is their cellular analysis team that the FBI uses. I've been trained by other civilian training companies as well. So it's not one source for my information. I've gone through a variety of training for that.
As part of the FBI training and the other training you referred to, are you required to test your proficiency in those matters?
Yes, you do. Well, you do practical exercises in there, and there is some testing as well. Yes.
And do they give certifications once you successfully pass their courses?
In some cases, it's a certification. In some cases, it's just a diploma that you've passed the course.
And do you have certifications as it relates to the examination of cell phones?
Yes.
And about how many cell phone examinations have you done of your career?
I would say it's in the dozens of actual downloads, extractions, but I mean, I've looked at in my career, I'd probably put in individual device extractions, probably hundreds.
And let's distinguish between the person that testified before you, Detective Durenzio. Are you familiar with him?
I am.
What he did and what you did. Detective Durenzio has testified about Cellbrite records. Are you going to be testifying about Cellbrite records or something else?
I'm going to be testifying about what happens on the cellular network once a device is being used within the network.
Okay. And have you done that before as an expert witness?
Yes.
Judge, at this time would tender Mr. Wilbanks as an expert in cell phone data examination.
Judge, I don't have any objection to that.
No, I have no objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, Investigator Wilbanks will be tendered as an expert, qualified as an expert.
Detective Wilbanks, as it relates to this case, were you able to get the certified business records involving 470-886-5190 business records of Josiah Hewley from T-Mobile?
Yes.
Were you able to get 470-342-9346 business records from AT&T of David Booker?
Yes.
Were you able to get 678-542-6398 business records at T-Mobile regarding Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Were you able to get business records 470-839-1041 business records of Jeremiah Pledger's T-Mobile account?
Yes.
I'm going to share this with previously marked as State's Exhibit number 83. Have you had an opportunity to examine State's 83?
Yes, I created this exhibit.
And that you created, is that a download of the business records of the companies that we just mentioned on the phones we just mentioned?
Yes, this is where I put the records from that I used in this case.
Thank you. Your Honor, we tender State's 83 at this time.
Yes, no, I guess not. No, I don't have an objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, State's Exhibit 83 is admitted without objection.
Mr. Wilbanks, when you are looking at the business records for cell phone companies, do they have a lot of data points?
Yes, quite a lot.
Hundreds?
Hundreds,
Sometimes thousands?
thousands.
When you're able to take those voluminous records, and are you able to make summaries and charts to more easily explain it to the jury?
Yes, in fact, if I just put up the data, it would probably mean almost nothing to you just to look at data. It comes in the form of spreadsheets, and I think you may have used the word voluminous, and that's a good explanation.
I'd like to
Share what's been previously marked and shown to defense counsel as State's 84. Do you recognize State's 84?
I do.
How do you recognize State's 84?
I created this exhibit as well.
And is that an exhibit created of the voluminous records contained in State's 83?
It is.
Your Honor, this time we tender State's 84.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
State's 84, excuse me, is admitted without objection.
Now, when we're talking about State's 84, did you do a PowerPoint presentation?
I did.
I'd like to pull that up, Your Honor, publish State's 83 and have walk through his report with the jury. If I may.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Just 1 second. I'll give you the PowerPoint clicker.
Okay.
You got a pointer. Feel free to step down once it comes up. We'll walk it through.
All right.
Give you a heads up in just a second. You want to, oops, sorry. There. Excuse me, guys.
You're fine.
I told you we'd have at least one IT issue during the trial. If this is the only one we'll have, I'll be happy.
About to come up. We're good to go.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Can I stand, John?
Absolutely. Can everyone see, or do you want me to turn one light off for the glare? Yes, okay. sometimes there's a glare on it. Is that better? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So this first slide is just orienting you to the data that I looked at. I reviewed Investigator Harrison's investigator's report to get information about what I needed to look for in the data, and then I reviewed these phone numbers as I understood them to be associated with the different subjects in the case.
There you go.
All right, so the first phone number that we'll look at is the device I understood to be associated with Mr. Booker at 470-342-9346. So in this particular phone, it's an AT&T phone. We're going to have what's called CSLI, that stands for Cell Site Location Information, and we obtained what's called LOCDOBOR data. That stands for Location Database of Record. So to begin to explain to you what you're going to see in the slides that come forward, the different phone companies use different technologies. They don't all use the same type of technology. LOCDOBOR is a type of technology that only AT&T uses of the big three that we have in this area. And I'll explain further what that is. And then cell site location, every phone company, every cellular network provider is going to have cell site location information. And so this may be a good appropriate time to explain how the phone works with the network so that you can further understand that.
If you would.
Okay, so at any given time, when
You can sit down if you need to, Detective Wilkins.
So any given time, when you are using your cell phone and it's on, it has to have, in order for it to be effective and you to be able to make or receive a call, it needs to have a way to get into the network through radio frequency signals, okay? And so in order for that to happen, there has to be some communication or connectivity between your device and the network. When we talk about cell site location information, what we're talking about is that record of a transaction between your device and the network. The network keeps a log or an accounting of that information. We get that information from them through a Superior Court search warrant. And once we obtain that information, we can then begin to look at it and analyze it through a software that I use called PenLink or PLX. Now, the information contained in the cell site location information is things like the date and time of a call and the duration of the call, different codes about what took place in the network with the call. But what's going to be very important in this case is that LI part, or that location information part. That's the data about what access point to the network the phone communicated through in order to make the call. You've probably all driven along the highways and seen the big giant towers that your phones connect to the towers through. There are different types of towers. Most towers are broken down into sectors around the tower. So we can look at the phone records and we can determine that a call was routed or took place through not only the location of a tower, but through one of the sectors on that tower. So in other words, we're breaking down 360-degree coverage into smaller components through the different radio frequency panels on the tower. There is, like I said, a variety of types of towers. Some of them are tuned to cover activity in a very close area. Some of them communicate over a very long distance. And so it just depends on the type of terrain you're talking about, the type of infrastructure you're talking about, the nature of how many people might use a particular area. So in this case, you're going to see a lot of these slides are broken down into a 3-mile distance from the tower out to the edge of a shaded area that I'll demonstrate that on. But that's not always necessarily indicative of a phone being all the way out at a 3-mile area. What I'm going to show you is some shaded areas, and that the device could have been anywhere in that shaded area. I can't tell you exactly where it is. I just know that it's reasonable to believe it could have been somewhere in that shaded area. Now, there are, as I said, different technologies. One of the earlier slides you'll see in here is what's called an omnidirectional tower. I only saw one of those towers on the records in this case, and it will be on Mr. Booker's phone records. Those towers handle communication in a very small area, small geographic area. This one, and this presentation will be in downtown Atlanta. And that makes sense because in built-up urban areas, you have lots of buildings, lots of infrastructure, and you need more access points so that the communication doesn't get broken down trying to travel through a building or something like that. So it's an easier way to access the network. So that's our cell site location information that we'll talk about. In this case, I'll talk about Loc de Boer as well. Now, Loc de Boer, location, database of record. Remember I told you only AT&T uses that term of the big three we have in Atlanta. T-Mobile and Verizon will use a timing advanced data. They collect it, they call it something different, but it's basically the same thing. It's what happens when you're not actually using your phone to do anything. The CSLI is when you're actually using your phone to interact with the network in some way. You've either made a phone call, you've received a phone call, a text, something like that. With the timing advance or the Loc de Boer, what's happening is the network is measuring a signal from your device to determine a general idea of where it might find you if and when you need to get into the network or it needs to route a phone call to you. So that information, Loc de Boer or timing advance, is very limited in duration. In other words, if I wanted to go back, I'll give you a hard example. T-Mobile only keeps it currently for 30 days. So unlike your cell site location information, which they may have for years, they don't keep timing advance or Loc de Boer that long. So it's robust data kept for a very brief period of time. So as we go forward, there will be demonstrations of both types of data in here, and I'll point out the difference.
Okay. If you go to the next slide, please, sir. Tell us what we're looking at.
Okay, so in this slide, at the top of each of the slides, I'll give you a description of what's taking place up here. We're going to stay on Mr. Booker's device, and I'm going to go individually through each user's devices, and we'll talk about 2 days. We'll talk about July 9th, and we'll talk about July 10th of 2022. So in July 9th, what we have here is the device I understood to be associated with Mr. Booker. It had Loc de Boer data in downtown Atlanta at or about in the proximity of 635 Lindbergh Drive in Atlanta. And I understood from the reports that there was information related to subjects involved in the case having been at this Texaco station on July 9th. And this is demonstrating at 1:43. When I looked at the data, I found that his device could have been there. You will see here that you get different measurements. So we have different measurements of the size of the area that the Loc de Boer has measured. What's happened is in the data we get from AT&T, they give us a latitude and a longitude, and then they give us what they believe to be a degree of accuracy that's within so many meters or more. And so this is just a visual representation of their minimal measurement of that location. So here, this larger one is at 1:16 a.m., still at 1:16 a.m. with the second measurement, and at 1:43, I believe it is a.m., we have it north of here on, it's like Piedmont, down to that.
Okay, you talked about Loc de Boer. What about CSLI? Did Mr. Booker make a phone call during this time period?
Yes, and as we go forward in the additional slides, during the time period of this, we'll break down as we go forward each of the different types of technology for each device. So, CSLI, remember, we're only going to have that when the person actually uses the device. So, I found where there was an outgoing phone call from Mr. Booker's device to the number associated with Mr. Miles Collins, and that took place at 49 minutes after midnight. so 12:49 a.m. on July 9th, and it placed it here, a location south and west of the Texaco station, but this is, as I say, at 12:49 a.m. I'm going to bring, I did an outset of, or a close-up of where the base of this tower is right here, and I did this so that when we later look at Mr. Miles Collins' records, you will see that his hit a similar, for this call, his phone registered a similar geographic area. It'll be very close to here, so when we get to that point, I'll be referencing back, and that's why I did this. You'll see that in his case, being on AT&T's network, his tower and sector was just north and east of the intersection of I-20 and Fulton Industrial. When we get to Mr. Collins, you'll see that his is just south on a T-Mobile tower. But remember, those are different carriers and could be on different towers.
Were you able to capture a picture of the tower under consideration that you've talked about?
You can barely see it here in this image,
Right.
but it's barely there.
If you'll advance to the next slide.
All right, so for Mr. Booker, for July 9th, there was another phone call at 1:17 a.m., and that placed his device communicating with this tower here. And I've shown you a photograph of this tower because as you look at this, you may think, well, that doesn't look like anything close to what I see when I drive down the road. You will find that, in particular with AT&T, they've been installing these types of radio access locations into the network. This is, as you see, this is in a more built-up area in Atlanta. These types of towers don't communicate over miles. They tend to communicate over hundreds of meters distance. So this one has a much smaller degree of likelihood of communication as far as distance goes.
Anything else significant about that slide?
No.
Okay. So we'll go to the next slide and move forward to the data.
Control.
Thank you. Tell us what we're looking at here.
So as you can see here, this is going to be Mr. Booker's phone. We're now on July 10th for him. From 10:07 a.m. through 11:20 a.m., what I noticed was I looked at the data and I wanted to know when I began to see something related to that phone moving on that day. And what I noticed was at about 10:07, I could see look-to-board data showing it, the device moving a little bit south, a little bit east towards Lithonia before then turning around and traveling slightly northwest and then north to an area as if you could be going towards the QT in this case. And this is the last measurement at 11:20 that I would see for about 30 minutes, and I'll demonstrate that on the next slide.
Well, in this slide, before we advance, you talked about look-to-bore versus CSLI. And if I understood you correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, look-to-bore is kind of passing of the time from cell tower to cell tower. Is that about right?
Well, it's
Even if you're not on the phone?
you're not on the phone, but it's periodically measuring information about where it believes the device might be geographically in order to give it access to the network. And what I've typically seen is when the device is moving, there tends to be more data during that time period. That's been my experience from looking at a lot of records. So that's why it almost looks like a breadcrumb trail, as if it's going in that direction.
And when we're looking at that map right there, is that consistent with any major thoroughfares in Atlanta?
Yes, it's consistent with I-20 to 285 and then 285 to probably Peachtree Industrial area roughly.
All right, so this goes from 10:07 a.m. to 11:20 a.m. Do you recall when the shooting occurred?
I believe it was at about 12:38 p.m.
All right, so let's advance. Before we go here, we did not have a slide on CSLI during that time period. Would you expect to see CSLI with someone's phone if they're riding in the same car?
No, I wouldn't expect to see two people call each other in the same car.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the next slide.
So this slide demonstrates that from 11:20 to 11:50 a.m. for Mr. Booker, there is a gap in the data, and I've done an outset here. So this is what a loc-de-bore report looks like from AT&T. And what you'll see here is military time. The records are provided in military time, but you may be thinking, why are you talking about 11:20 to 11:50 when in fact over here it says 15:20 to 15:50, which is military time from 3:20 to 3:50? Well, the explanation for that is that T-Mobile and AT&T keep their records in what's called UTC time. UTC time, Uniform Time Coordinated, is a standard timekeeping method for phone companies and other companies as well. And so in order to get the time zone that any device was in, you have to convert from UTC to your time zone. And in this case, we're converting to Eastern Standard Time. At this time of the year, I would have to subtract 4 hours from that to get the actual Eastern Standard Time for the records and for the device. I know it's in the Eastern Time Zone because I can tell from the location of the device. So there's no question it's in the Eastern Time Zone. And so I do that conversion, and then I come up with the right number in order to do the mapping. This is something that I can have PLX do for me automatically, and then I check it to see if it's done accurately. But for 30 minutes, we're not going to have any in his records. So there was nothing to map for that next 30 minutes.
Next slide, please.
So the next time that we're going to have information regarding Loc DeBoer is at 11:50 a.m. from Mr. Booker. And here I've drawn out that radius to 600 meters to reflect what's in the records, although it could be outside of that. But that's what the records are telling me. And it shows that it's within the general area of the QT of interest in this case.
I want to make sure I understand this.
So the cell tower under consideration is the center of this circle. Is that correct?
No, so this is what's happening is the phone company the phone is measuring what it believes to be its geographic location.
Oh, the company believes that.
Right.
Okay.
The company says it believes the device is probably here, but it could be anywhere in here, and it may be a little bit outside of that, but that's the phone company's best estimate of where it would likely be if it needed to communicate with the device.
So if I understand you right, the QT right there at the forum is within the range of possibility for his cell phone.
Right.
All right, thank you. Let's go to the next slide.
So this is all the Loc DeBoer I saw on the phone between 11:52 and 12:30. So to summarize what I saw in the data, what I saw was at 11:52 a.m. AT&T had measured the device here, close to the area of the QT, and then AT&T measured the device moving away, so that by 12:25 it had moved south back towards roughly the 285 area, before then returning by 12:30 back to that same area of the QT.
So it went down and then back up?
Went down and came back up. And I will point out to you, I believe it's Mr. Hewley's device, when I looked at it, it did almost exactly the same thing. And it's on a different network. Different records. The two phone companies don't keep records together, yet the records will reflect that both devices did something very similar.
All right, let's go to the next slide.
So this is by 12:31. Loc DeBoer for Booker's device shows it 2 measurements in that minute time frame, and this is a visual depiction of its measurement being at or around the area.
Why do we have 2 concentric shaded areas, sir?
Well, because there's 2 measurements, and it returned 2 different levels of certainty. So one measurement had one level of certainty, the other one had a different level of certainty.
Okay, next slide.
So this is showing all of the Loc DeBoer data from 12:32 to 12:39, with all of that data showing AT&T's belief that the device was somewhere in that general area of the QT.
Thank you. Then what happened?
And then what we saw was that starting at 12:40, I could see where there was information in the records that tended to show that the device moved out of the area generally associated with that QT, and the device registered on AT&T's network to be somewhere close to Turnberry Place in the Stonecrest area, which I understood from the report to be a location of interest in the evidence.
So I'm not seeing the same path of travel afterwards as I did beforehand. Does this indicate a different path of travel?
Well, we have less data in here, and it could be, but there's less data overall in here as well. But it could have been 285.
My memory is that on the other slide that the phone was tracking 20 to 85. Does this show 20 to 85?
No, I believe it showed 285 in the previous one, I believe. Oh, let's go back and look at it. I believe that's the case.
That's my bad. Thank you. But as far as the relevant times, 12:40 in the QT area, 11:13 down by Turnberry Place in Stonecrest.
Yes, by 1:13 p.m. it was back in an area disassociated with.
All right. And if you could go to the next slide.
So this is zooming in to only show you that one point at 1:13 p.m. This center again is AT&T's measurement of where it thinks the device is and its location around the Turnberry Place address.
Thank you. Go to the next slide.
So what I noticed is I wanted to see where the device registered after that, and this is from 1:37 p.m., 1:45 p.m., and then 1:45 again a little bit later in that minute time frame, and the device seems to be moving away from Turnberry Place by 1:37 to 1:45. We see what appears to be moving away.
Thank you. Go to the next slide, please.
So now we're going to look at cell site location information for that device for the date of July 10th. All previous slides we've talked about are loc-to-board data. We're now going to show you something that looks different. Now you're not going to have that center location of the latitude and longitudinal point where AT&T thinks the device is and a degree of certainty. We're now going to have the cell site location information, which shows you that tower located at the center point here and a sector in an area where the device made a call, registered on the network. This call here is at 12:23. This one was at 12:22. So we've backed up a little bit now. We've looked at the local board all the way through. Now we're going to back up and look at the cell site location information.
Investigator Wilbanks,
We talked about CSLI and cell towers, and you mentioned that there's different phases or faces of the tower. Are they pied like in three? Do they have pies?
It can be that, it can be smaller. Generally, it's in 3 parts, but it can be smaller than that, depending on technology. Or you could have one, like I say, an omnidirectional tower, like we talked about earlier. This is a reflection of the phone records combined with a master tower list from the phone company to tell us where it's at.
So when I'm looking at this cell tower, I notice that it's a third, at least to me, it's a third of the circle. Does this indicate that it's not within this third of the circle going to the lower right? Is that what this indicates?
So what happens with your radio frequencies is it's not a hard line in reality the way you see it here. This is the only visual depiction I can give you of it. In reality, what happens is that there can be there's almost surely going to be some overlap in between sectors, but it's not going to be, it's not going to be miles or half mile, anything like that. It's going to be fairly close to those boundaries. So the best information I can give you is that I can say that it's likely somewhere in this area for this call at 12:23. I can't tell you exactly where it was when it made the phone call. Or this was an incoming call, but I can't tell you where that device was. I can just tell you that this is my best just visual representation of where it could have been.
all right, let's go to the next slide.
So this is from 12:23 to 12:24. 12:23, there was a call here on this tower, this sector, and then 12:24, it had shifted a little bit south of there to this tower and this sector, covering an area that would be, if you were on Peachtree Industrial Boulevard, you would be covered by that tower. This is I found consistency between the Loc-de-Boer and the CSLI, because we saw with the Loc-de-Boer, it did the exact same thing. It went south and then it turned around and went north.
Thank you. Next slide.
And so I didn't have any additional cell site location information until 12:56. This was after I understood the reported time of the murder. So by 12:56, the device registers here, an area very south of the QT on a tower in a sector that is closer to Turnberry Place than it is to the QT.
And did you have information as to Mr. Booker's residence?
I did, and I think it's in the later slides. And
Yes,
that's moving in the direction of his residence as well.
Can we go to the next slide?
And this slide demonstrates that the next time that there is a phone call, it will be an outgoing phone call. It will have occurred at 1:47 p.m. and it's a tower along Covington Highway here, and a tower in a sector that, if he were at home, it would be consistent. By that time, it would be consistent with using a tower locally. And so that's the totality of the records I saw for Mr. Booker relevant to what I understood to be those 2 days of time.
Actual text, and things like that would be taken off of a cell phone extraction at Durango.
It would, to whatever extent that existed, and it's a good point. Looking at the records, one of the things that the phone companies generally don't keep is location information related to text messaging. So if there was a text, you would not see it reflected here. You would see that reflected in the phone records with no location information associated with it.
Okay, thank you. Let's talk about Mr. Miles Collins' phone.
Okay, so the 678-542-6398 number, the records that I was provided that had come from T-Mobile, there was no timing advance data in those records. The phone companies sometimes have that type of data, sometimes they don't. But they did have, and generally always do, the cell site location information. And they didn't have anything that we call data sessions, which is use of data over the network. There was no data sessions provided in the records that I obtained. So for him, it's only going to be the cell site location.
All right, what did that show you?
So the first thing I looked at was that July 9th date that we talked about. If you remember earlier, I told you that I would see some consistency between that phone call between the number associated with Miles Collins and the one associated with Mr. Booker. So this outgoing phone call from the 6398 number to Mr. Booker's phone registered here, Southwest Atlanta area, in a tower in a sector that was very consistent with where Mr. Booker's device showed. If you remember, I showed you a tower in a sector here for his device on the AT&T network, just north and east, and on T-Mobile's network, Mr. Collins' device registered here.
Next slide, please.
So there was no data between 12:50 a.m. and 3:49 a.m. And this is just me showing you in the records. This is what the actual CSLI records from T-Mobile look like. I'm going to point out again that time. So remember what I said earlier, we've got to subtract that 4 hours to get to the right time. So when I subtract 4 from 4:50 a.m., I get 12:50 a.m. And then it doesn't register any other phone calls on the network until 3:49 a.m. So the period I understood to be relevant at the Texaco, there was no data to make any determination during that time for his device.
So T-Mobile uses UTC time as well?
T-Mobile uses UTC time as well. So for both of those, there has to be a conversion. And they make it easy for us. They tell us up here in the instructions that that's what we need to do.
Okay. Next slide.
There was some cell site location information for the following day, July 10th. I found a couple phone calls. This here at a tower in a sector in the Lithonia area. That call takes place at 10:06 a.m. It's an outgoing phone call from that device, and it's in the general area that could be consistent with his residence if he was there. By 11:23 a.m., the device had traveled clearly north of there to an area that wasn't, I could not say at the QT, but could be closer to that area than his residence.
Okay, and I just
Just want to make sure. This is CSLI and not Low-to-Bar, is that
Right.
correct? You couldn't get Low-to-Bar off of Mr. Collins?
So T-Mobile, calling it timing advance, they didn't have any for that time period according to the records that I received.
And Low-to-Bar would be the things that would indicate a baton handoff from tower to tower?
Well, not a handoff per se, but a location measurement
Yeah.
process. And T-Mobile's gonna look differently. When we get to another T-Mobile device that will have it, it's gonna look different, but it's the same general concept.
all right. Next slide, please.
So there were several phone calls from 12:51 p.m., that's the next event I saw in that device, through 1:02 p.m. These were all phone calls, an outgoing phone call at 12:51 p.m. to the number I understood associated with Ms. Pledger. At 12:57 p.m., an incoming phone call to the device from the number I understood to be Ms. Pledger. And then at 1:02 p.m., an incoming call from the phone number I understood to be Ms. Pledger. And what we can tell here is that we started at 12:51, and by the time we've ended in this time period, we're at 1:02, and the device has clearly moved south, slightly southeast.
Okay, thank you. Next phone call. I'm sorry, next slide.
So from 12:24 to, from 1:24 p.m. through 1:26 p.m., we've got 4 phone calls that took place with the device. All of them on a tower and a sector here, associated with an area generally in the Lithonia near I-20 area, and it was an area that would be consistent with the Turnberry Place address if the device was in that area.
Did you have a chance to review Josiah Hewley's phone?
Yes.
Okay, let's go through that.
So for Josiah Hewley, the 470-886-5190 number, this is going to be a T-Mobile account, just like the last one we talked about, except his records, there were some data station data, and there was some timing advance data. And again, that data session is just getting on the internet, watching YouTube or something on the device that would have interacted with the network. So first on his device, just like the others, I looked at July 9th. And what I found was that there was lots of timing advance data on the device from 12 a.m. through 1:43 a.m. And all of that data did not place it in or around that Texaco. And in fact, I would say there's no evidence to show that Mr. Hewley's device was in or around that Texaco. That was timing advance. This is a data session that registered with the tower and a sector, placing the device in the area consistent with the Panthersville area. Again, no evidence that it was in or around the Texaco.
Right.
And finally, cell site location information. There was also a phone call. It was an outgoing phone call at 1:15 a.m. And that outgoing phone call registered with a tower and sector, again, in that Panthersville area generally, and not an area consistent with the Texaco.
Next.
All right, now, this is going to be timing advance data from the device from 10 a.m. through 11:25 a.m. And what I saw was something very consistent with what we saw with Mr. Booker's device. Even though Mr. Booker's device was on AT&T and this is T-Mobile, what we saw was location information that placed it traveling in from an area here, first going south to southeast, just like with Mr. Booker's device, and then traveling north to the area of Peachtree Corners.
Thank you.
And this is timing advance data for that last few minutes leading up to 11:25 a.m. Now, when you look at this, it looks different than the loc-de-bore. With the loc-de-bore, we had a location, and then we had a degree of accuracy or an estimate. With timing advance, we can get a location. We do have some GPS location information in here, but with their records, the way that we map them is that they give us a tower and a sector, and they give us a degree of accuracy of how far off of that tower and sector the network believes that the device is located. So their records reflect visually a little bit differently than what loc-de-bore does. But to summarize what we're seeing here is it's going in the area towards the
Thank you. Next slide.
And this is just that final location measurement at 11:25 a.m. And so this is all the data that I saw from 11:25 through 11:50. It would seem apparent to me that the device is moving around, but it's generally somewhere around the area of the And then from 11:51 to 11:52, what I saw in the records was that the phone seemed to do something just like I saw Mr. Booker's phone do, in that it began to move south and southwest. If someone were on Peachtree Parkway at about that time, this would be consistent with that movement, moving away from 11:51 to 12:31, we saw same thing I saw on Mr. Booker's device. First, the phone started up here at 11:51, moved southwest, furthest location at 12:26 p.m., and then by 12:31, it had moved north again, back in the general direction of which it had. And then by 12:32, it's registering in an area geographically close to the QT.
Thank you.
This just shows from 12:32 to 12:38, the device showing, the network believed the device was in or around that area in Peachtree Corners. And then by 12:38, the network believes the device has moved away. And then here I'm mapping all the cell site location all the timing advance data from 12:38 to 1:14 p.m. And we saw the device move south, slightly southeast, back in the area of that redan or left on the area.
Now, I know not all the coordinates are consistent because Mr. Booker's phone had CSLI, but do those points, the start and ending points, are they consistent with Mr. Booker's movements as well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And then by 1:15 p.m., the timing advance data showed his device in an area close to the Turnberry location. And this is all the timing advance data that I had to look at from 1:15 p.m. to 1:34 p.m. And it's showing general measurements in that area. You will see, in this case, and you see it in some of the other records too, where it looks like it's CSLI. This is not. This is where the measurement wasn't complete to where it got the full information that it needed to judge how far out in the sector it was. So this gives us a valid sector for that measurement.
We've been talking about TAMI advanced data. Could we move to CSLI data?
Yes, so we will now look at, I looked at his CSLI and he had no data, there was no data in the records for the time period of the homicide or leading up to it, and immediately after.
Okay.
But there were 5 phone calls after everything was known to be over with. And the 5 phone calls from 2 p.m. to 2:32 p.m. These are 5 phone calls between the device I understood to be associated with Mr. Hewley the device I understood to be associated with Mr. Collins, and it's registering a tower in a sector here. The details about where that is here in the call-out box, but it's in an area that could be consistent with covering both of their residents, as well as the Turnberry location. So we have Mr. Hewley's residence here, very close to the tower and sector, and Mr. Collins's residence here.
Let's talk about the data sessions.
So we did have a couple data sessions where the network registered the device using something that required data.
Could you give us an example of that?
Well, if I turned on my phone now and I went to my YouTube application and started watching a video, it would register something like this.
Okay, thank you.
So we see the data session here where we've gone back in time. I've taken you all through the CSLI. Now we're going to look at the data from 11:56 to 11:59 a.m. It registered a tower in a sector here in the Peachtree Corners area south of the QT. So by 12:39, there was a session here at 12:39, and it's registering a tower in a sector that could be associated with the QT, the coverage area for the QT, if the device was there. And from 12:44 to 12:46, there was two data sessions that registered a tower in a sector here, closely associated with the area generally around 285. So the previous session was northeast up here, closer to the QT. This session is now registered southwest of there.
Let's move to the next phone.
And the final phone that I looked at records for was 470-839-1041 number that I understood associated with Ms. Jeremiah Pleasure. Let me back up a bit. And for her device, we will have CSLI and timing advance. So the data that I had to look at for hers was related to the phone calls between herself and Mr. Collins, and those phone calls all registered her device being here in the area around, this is Morrow here north, east. This is Stockbridge in this area, so it's clearly southwest of the area where his device would have been. And then after that time period, from 1:13 p.m. to 1:30 p.m., I saw the device begin moving away from that area, and it moved east towards Turnberry. Up until 1:31 p.m. here, this is demonstrating this measurement, showing a measurement for the device that could be consistent with being at or about Turnberry Place.
Thank you, sir. You can grab a seat. Mr. Wilbanks, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you.
Investigator Wilbanks, good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Obviously, we've known each other for years, but if I happen to ask a question, it probably won't be, I will ask a question you don't understand. It'll probably be an unartful question that can probably be phrased in a different way. So you just let me know, and I'll try to phrase it in a way the jury can understand. I'm going to ask you to use the slides again. Most of my questions relate to the slides, so I'm going to ask you, and you have control of the slide up there, right?
Well, I don't know that yes, I can back it up, I think.
Yeah, I'd like to go back to number one. It doesn't have an automatic reset. We got to, okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's sort of like the Blockbuster. You got to rewind. Very good. Going back to number one. Okay, good. So can we go back to Booker's slide number one? And that's the locked Lochdevor. You're saying the B like a V. Loctavore. Okay, good. The initial diagram. I saw this, the first one. Okay, so there we go. Now, is this AT&T? Who is this?
This is AT&T.
AT&T. AT&T says this is what?
AT&T has measured this location and said, this is the location in the records from them that they have made an estimation on based on their measurement.
Okay.
And they said, here's a distance out of 1,000 meters. So they're saying it could be 1,000 meters or it could be beyond that, but this is the depiction based on that 1,000-meter reference in the records and that location.
Okay, so when we say 1,000 meters, do we mean the radius is 1,000 meters then?
Right.
Okay.
Radius out from that center point.
From that center point. So it could be here,
Could be.
or it could be here also.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that distance would be longer than 1,000 meters, is that right?
It wouldn't be longer than 1,000 meters from the center, from the latitude and longitude that they measured, but those two measurements, you indicating one north and west and south and east, if you measured that, that would be closer to maybe 2,000 meters.
I got you. I got you, 2,000 meters. Now, forgive me, put that in football field length for me. What is 1,000 meters?
Well, you know, roughly, to try to convert it to English measurement, you know, roughly 3 feet per meter. It's not exactly, but
So that'd be 1,000 meters would be 3,000 feet?
that's a rough estimate without me breaking out the calculator.
Okay, I got you. All right. Next diagram. Now, hold on. This is David Booker's phone in and around the Texaco at 1:16, about 1:16 a.m. Is that right?
116 and 143 was his measurement.
Okay. Well, see, I thought you said that 143 it would have been up there.
But that's correct. That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, yeah, I was just referring to this one for now.
Correct.
Okay, good. So when we get up here, we're talking about 1:43 a.m. Is that right? Okay, good. Next slide.
And so for the ninth, this is the now cell site location information, not the local anymore.
I got you. Cell site information for David Booker at 12:49 a.m. Right?
Right.
Okay. Now I understand that this is where the Texaco is, and this is where is it AT&T? This is where they believe his phone might be. That's the cell tower it's hitting off of. Is that right?
Right. It's communicating for this call through this tower in sector.
Okay. Phone call, not text.
Correct.
Okay, not accessing YouTube, but a phone call.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay, good. Just let me borrow this 1 second. So what's this distance from the center to the edge there? Is that 3 miles?
Yes.
Okay, good. So when the jury's looking at it and it looks bigger than that, it's only because of the size of the geographical areas covered. Anytime the jury looks at this, can they rely on this point here to the edge being 3 miles?
Yes. And,
Okay.
And to be clear about that, it could be much closer to the tower than that, or it could be further from the tower than that. I would have to look at the available towers in that area to make a better assessment about it. But I use the standard 3 miles so that you can know there's consistency. Every time you look at it, just know that measurement is a 3 mile measurement.
Okay, so even if that triangle gets bigger or smaller, we're talking about 3 miles.
Right.
Fantastic. With the CSLI information, is that right? Okay, the next.
Now, this is the only one that's different than that because this communication here is through that radio access on this telephone pole here in downtown Atlanta. So this one is measured in hundreds of meters versus miles.
I got you. Go back to the prior one. I believe your testimony was that at somewhere around 12:49 that my client, David Booker, called Miles Collins. Do you recall testifying to that?
Yes, this is an outgoing phone call from the number associated with David Booker to Miles Collins.
Okay, good. Not a text, but a call.
A call. I only did mapping, so I didn't look at text.
And that's fine. And I thought your testimony was when you had Hughley's phone up that Hughley was not in the area of the Texaco. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
If he was with his device, he couldn't have been there.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, at 12:50 near the Texaco on July 9, 2022, David Booker is by himself.
Well,
Pause. He's not with Hughley and he's not with Miles Collins. Is that fair to say?
I believe the records show he's not with Hewley. And you would, through inference, say he's likely not with Miles Collins.
Since he's making a call
Calling.
and not texting.
Right.
Okay, good. All right. On to the small diagram. I'm sorry, the small tower. That's the next one. Is that right?
Right. So this is the only tower like this in the records that I mapped.
Okay, and that distance from
I set it at 200 meters. It could be outside of that. These towers are
600. So that's 600 feet by our rough estimate. I know that's definitely less than a football field. That's probably less than half a football field. Is that right?
Right. So,
Right.
But again, I don't know exactly. I just know that it's closer likely than a mile within that area.
Well, you say a mile, but I want to make sure. I want to try to get this thing as tight as possible. If I understand this diagram that the jury's looking at now, we got a half a football field between where we believe David Booker is and Texaco. Is that fair to say?
I'm not going to measure in half of football fields. What I would say is that these type of towers measure mostly in hundreds of meters, not miles. So
I got you.
It's not like the macro towers that we've looked at in the other records.
I got you, but do they differ in their coverage?
Yes,
Okay,
very much.
So one tower might cover one block, one tower might cover 4 or 5 blocks.
Right, it would depend on how AT&T built the network and what that tower could do in that area. So if there's a lot of tall buildings in that area, you may need one on every corner to get the signal in and out because of all the infrastructure and the buildings and so forth. So,
Okay, well, there's a picture of a tower. I'm assuming this is the exact tower at that area.
It
Okay.
is.
So we can see in the picture, in the background of the picture, there appears to be like a 6-story building. Is that right?
Right, there are tall buildings around the area.
Okay, and so you went there and took the picture, correct?
I went there, yes.
So
I wanted to be certain about it. That's the reason I went there.
I got you. So based on your experience, sort of how the number of buildings near the tower and the height of the buildings near the tower, would you believe that this cell tower handles 1 block, 5 blocks? What would you estimate based on your knowledge and your experience of AT&T? This is a tower that would go out a block or 5 blocks or 10 blocks. What would your estimate be?
I mean, I gave you my best visual estimation of what I thought it would do. Like I say, if you're on a straight path here, it could be down further.
I got you.
But, it's a short tower, it's not very tall, and, there's gotta be that direct radio wave communication between the tower and the device. So, again, with the tall buildings in the area, it's not going out crazy far.
I got you. Next slide, please. So this is 10:07 a.m. through 11:20 a.m. on July 10th, 2022. So this would be prior to the homicide. Is that right?
Correct.
And I thought your testimony was at 11:20 a.m. That represented the last time that David Booker made a call. Is that right?
No, so this is the loc de bour, so this is that latent activity that's going on, the measurements that are taking place between the network and the device. So there's nothing about the loc de bour that's being done affirmatively by a user on the phone. It's just happening in the background.
Okay, so that's the last time that David Booker's phone hits off a cell tower. Is that right?
Well, again, keep in mind, loc de bour is not tower-based. There's measurements taking place through the towers, but it's giving you AT&T gives us a latitude and longitude, and then a degree of certainty for where it thinks the device could be.
Okay, and so as you look at it, and it plots points at various points in time between 10:07 a.m. and 11:20 a.m. Is that right?
That's correct.
That's what each of those circles represents, a sort of hit on the phone. Is that right?
That's a measurement that AT&T recorded related to the device.
Okay, good. And so as you look at the map,
you're thinking this is I-20 to 285? What do we, what's the route?
This is clearly I-20 here going in, and yes, it looks like it goes 285 around, and then, no, it looks like it goes to 85 north and then 285 around right here.
85 north? So it goes, so it's I-20 into the city.
Over to
Into the city.
85 north, then on 285, then to Peachtree. That's what it looks to me like.
I want to understand that route. It's not I-20 to 285, it's I-20 into Atlanta, into the city of Atlanta. Is that right?
Yes, I would
Into the
say
city
so.
of Atlanta. So when we get to the city of Atlanta, I always call it to connectors, 75 and 85 mashed together. Is that right?
Correct.
So then it appears that David Booker's phone then goes north on 85 or 75?
Well, it's combined right there.
Combined, that's right, it's combined, but when it separates, because by the time we get out of into North Atlanta and the Chamblee, it's not combined anymore, is
Right.
it?
Yeah. It
By the
appears to
time
be-
we hit Chamblee, where?
By the time it hits Chamblee up here.
Yeah, where do we see, what road is that? There you go, what road is that? That's what I'm trying to understand.
I mean, it could be 80, looks to me like it could be 85. 285.
Okay, you believe it's 85 to 285, is that right? And then once you get to 285, he's heading which way?
141, or it's combined Peachtree Industrial and Peachtree Parkway right there.
I got you. And so the last locavore that you have for David Booker is 11:20 a.m. Is that right?
There's going to be a break in time, and it will pick up again.
Okay. When it picks up again, it's what time?
That's the next slide, at 11:50.
11:50. Okay, that would have still been prior to the homicide. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, good. What's the last locavore information you have for David Booker prior to the homicide? Is it that 11:50 a.m.?
I'll advance it. It's going to be. So my understanding was the information was at about 12:38 p.m.
That's correct.
And so, by 12:31, it's in that area, and it's there until, it's estimated to be in the general area until about 12:39.
Okay.
Okay, now, this is what I want to understand. How big is this area?
Well, this is like, for example, the AT&T gave us a degree of 1,500 meters and possibly beyond that. But it says, it thinks it's here, but it could be beyond that. This is an estimation.
1,500 meters being about 4,500 feet.
From that center point.
Do the math on that. What is 4,500 feet in miles?
Okay. And of course, this is about
3 or 4 different points on this one map. Is that fair to say?
Right, each of these points are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 measurements. You can see again the latitude, longitude where it thinks it is, which is very close to Peachtree Parkway. That measurement, but it's giving a degree of certainty.
I got you. And
I just got a translation of 4,500 feet being about 0.85 of a mile. Does that sound right to you?
Right.
Okay, so it's under a mile. All this. That's what I want to understand.
Estimation.
Is it an estimate? I got that. From here to here, this makes reference to the same point, right? This point to the end of the circle, is that the 0.85 miles?
Roughly.
Is that right?
I trust your calculations.
Is that right? Okay, good. Okay, that's what I want to understand. I got you. So
it's less than a mile from that center point to the edge. I got that. Okay, next slide.
Okay, so this next slide was that movement away from the QT.
Okay, are you able to estimate the same way we did with the last one, what route is being taken? I mean, as you eyeball it, is it local roads or is it major interstate?
To me, it looks like a different route on this 285 on the
Definitely
way
different.
back.
Y'all are talking over each other a lot.
My fault. I understand it's a different route. Are you able to tell the route?
I mean, you can form an opinion based on where you see those dots along that route there, sure.
If that were a major highway, what would you think it would be?
I would think this area here in the middle is 285.
Okay, next map. Turnberry Place. What's the
significance of the Turnberry Place Stonecrest address? Were you told?
I reviewed reports, and that was a location I reviewed and found a note in the reports.
Okay.
All right. But you don't recall why it was important?
No, I do. I don't know if that's something I can talk about.
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
I understood that to be associated with the return of a rental vehicle.
Okay, so you understood Turnberry Place to be the return of the
E350 Mercedes at issue. Is that right?
Yes, that was my understanding.
Good. That's clarity over everything. Next slide.
Tell me what this slide is.
So this is demonstrating that between 1:37 p.m. and 1:45 p.m., the measurements indicate a movement away from Turnberry Place.
And Turnberry Place that's in DeKalb, is that right?
Yes.
All right, good. You can. I don't know if there's one more, two more till you get to the CSLI data. That's the next thing I want to talk about.
Okay.
1222 to 1235 on July 10th, 2022. There's a call
That is made to or by David Booker.
So
To
this
the
call here is an incoming phone call
Okay.
at 12:22.
Do you know who it's from?
I don't know that number.
Okay.
And it registers with this tower and sector, with the base being here, the base of that tower being here, and the sector being west of the tower. And the next call at 12:23 is an incoming phone call from that same phone number that registered a different tower in a different sector than the previous, sort of going north and east.
But that's not a phone number that was associated with any of the other phones that you examined. Is that fair to say?
Not the parties that I'm mapping, no.
Not the parties. Fantastic. Just let me hold this for a second. And again, that distance there is 3 miles. Is that right? Okay, fantastic. I don't want to sound like a broken record. I just want to get these distances right.
For the jury. That's all the questions that I have, Investigator.
Well, thanks. Thank you very much.
Clegg.
Woodlands, I just have a few questions, sir.
Yes, sir.
I represent Mr. Collins. I need you to go back to where we were. Most of the questions I'm going to ask deal with Mr. Collins, but if you would first go to the slide that shows 1249 for Mr. Booker. There we go. The Texaco is obviously depicted in the middle of that diagram, correct?
That's correct.
And there is a wedge-shaped purple area southwest of the Texaco station, correct?
Yes.
Is that where Mr. Booker's phone would have been at 1249?
Yes.
Okay, and if you could speak up just a tad.
I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. And if I understand correctly, now if you could go to the 1249 slide for Mr. Collins. Okay, and again, that is well southwest of the Texaco at Lindbergh, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I'm understanding correctly, there was a phone call from either Mr. Collins's phone to Mr. Booker's phone or vice versa, placed at 12:49, is that correct?
Yes, it was an outgoing phone call from the Collins phone to the Booker phone at 12:49 a.m.
And are you able to tell us how long that phone call might have lasted?
I'd have to go back and look at the records. I didn't.
But it is reasonable to infer, since one is calling the other on the phone, that they are not together at 12:49, correct?
It would be reasonable to me.
And it is reasonable to infer that they would not have been in the same vehicle at 12:49. Is that a fair inference, sir?
It is to me. Yes.
Sure enough. Now, the amount of information you have as to Mr. Collins is significantly less than the amount of information you have as to Mr. Booker and to Mr. Hewley. Is that a fair statement?
Very fair.
Now, if we can go to the next slide, I think, for Mr. Well, keep going. Here we go. This is the next slide, and this shows us an area, first off, where Mr. Collins' residence is down in the Lithonia area, correct?
Correct. At
And that
10:06.
shows his location, or the phone's location, excuse me, at or about 10:06 in the morning, right?
Correct.
And then there is a second area which is shaded up more towards Peachtree Corners at 11:23 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
Unlike Mr. Booker and Mr. Hewley, there is no virtual path leading from one location to the other. Can we go back to this? Why did we go back to the? Yeah, there is no.
No, this is displeasure.
There is no route showing us the path that would have been taken from one location to the next, is there?
Right. There was no data provided for that.
And just so there is no ambiguity whatsoever, looking there, you can see where the QuikTrip is at Peachtree Parkway, right?
Right.
You can see the shaded purple area at 11:23, correct?
Right.
11:23 would have been approximately 75 minutes before the incident in question, correct?
Correct.
While the area, the purple area is obviously somewhat close to the QuikTrip, it does not encompass the QuikTrip, does it?
It does not.
And in fact, there is no phone record from Mr. Collins's phone ever in an area that is, that encompasses the QuikTrip, is there?
I had no data showing that.
Okay. Now, the next thing you got from Mr. Collins is, and if I'm understanding this correct, let me take a look at my notes, taking me a minute. Thank you, sir. We'll go to the next one. Here we go. Let me see. Yeah, here we go. 12:51 is the next time you get any sort of information, right?
Correct.
And at 12:51, the shaded area is right here, correct?
Correct.
And that is well into DeKalb County, correct?
Yes.
As you look at the shaded area, you can see Clarkston, correct?
Correct.
Scottsdale's just on the edge, correct?
Correct.
Stone Mountain just on the edge, correct?
Correct.
And that would have been approximately 12 to 13 minutes after the incident in question, correct?
Yes.
Good enough, sir. And again, you have no specific route taken by Mr. Collins prior to his 12:51, what was it, a phone call at that time?
Phone call.
Phone call, okay. There's no indication where he had been immediately prior to 12:51, correct? I mean, obviously at 11.
Can I back up one slide?
Sure, go ahead, take your time.
So we're at 11:23, and the next thing that will happen is 12:51.
Okay, so between 11:23 and 12:51, there is no record of where he would have, or his phone would have been, whether he had his phone or not, right?
There's nothing in the records that gives me any information about what happened.
Okay, so was a period of an hour and 28 minutes, I guess, where you have no idea where his phone is, right?
That's correct. Based on the records, I have no information.
Okay.
I don't think I have anything else. Thank you very much, sir.
Ms. Drake?
Your Honor, could we take a 5 minute?
Okay, all right. Let's just take a real quick comfort break. And we are off the record.
or closest access point, but that's not always true. There can be other factors that can interfere with that.
And sometimes the factor is if there's excess activity, you may get bumped to the next available tower.
Right.
You also mentioned, I believe, that weather could affect the reception tower, kind of like, I guess, when our cable keeps going out whenever it rains or something
Right.
like that. Is that because of cloud cover and things like that?
Atmospheric conditions can interfere with the ability to communicate over radio signals. So yes, it can have an effect.
Okay, can I have just 1 second, please?
Certainly.
Bless you. And the TA data, that is an estimate of the phone company, correct, as to the location of the phone.
Right.
And that information, even though it's by a different system, is basically the same for all three major carriers. Is that what I understood you to say?
They all do a version of that,
Okay.
of that process.
And just to clarify, on July the 9th, the time frame you were looking at, was it approximately 12 hours, give or take, before the death that we're here about?
It was on July 9th in the early morning hours, midnight to 2 a.m. roughly time period when we had what I understood to be video in Atlanta. And so for
10 to 12 hours?
maybe more than that, but it's,
Okay.
yeah.
Thereabouts.
Yeah.
And based upon what you saw in the records, the phone that you're associating with Mr. Hewley did not place him at or around the Texaco at all?
No, as I say, if he had his device with him, he wasn't there. Could have been there.
Okay. If I can have just 1 more second, please, Your Honor.
Certainly, Ms. Trigg.
I believe that's all I have at the moment. Thank you.
All right.
Governor, can I ask 1 or 2 more questions?
Certainly.
I don't know if the state has anything in mind.
I haven't. That's where I was going next. Go ahead, Mr. Clegg.
Okay, 2 things. First off, the Texaco station on Lunenburg, there is no evidence to place Mr. Collins's phone near that particular location. Is that correct, sir?
For Mr. Collins, there's no data for that time period.
Now, there appeared to have been sometime on the 10th, after the homicide would have occurred, phone communication between Mr. Collins and Mr. Hewley. Was there any indication of phone communication or the phones contacting one another prior to the homicide on the day of the 10th?
I could go back through it, but I don't recall that.
Good enough, sir. That's all I needed to know.
Well, I need to clarify that now that I think about it. I was looking at data that could be mapped. There could have been a text message or more in there that I'm not familiar with, but as far as phone call, I can be sure about that.
Okay, good enough. That's all I needed
Yes,
to
sir.
know. Thank you very
Yes,
much.
sir.
Mr. Melvin?
Just a little bit of limited redirect, Judge. I'm going to call your attention to what's on the screen. It's labeled Mouse Collins CSLI in reference to the Texaco. And as I understand this screen, just a few minutes before, the 1:15 time period, Mr. Collins did make a cell phone call. Is that right?
Yes, this demonstrates that phone call at 12:49 a.m.
All right. Now, you don't have any data information from Mr. Collins' cell phone loader bar, correct?
Right, Mr. Collins didn't have any of that timing advance data that we talked about.
Okay, and I just want to go one more slide on Mr. Collins' cell phone before we publish the Texaco video that's previously been admitted into evidence. This slide that says Collins,
at 1123 is in the Peachtree Coolidge area. This is what I want to ask you about. That same small triangle with Mr. Collins, is Mr. Booker's phone and Mr. Hewley's phones also in that location?
Yes, their phones were in that same area.
And so when Mr. Clegg is saying there's no information, but at 1123, an hour before the murder, all three cell phones are in this area right here.
Yes.
You didn't have anything to do with the DNA analysis that shows Mr. Hewley being at QTV?
Did not.
Judge, at this time, we'd like to publish what's previously been admitted into evidence of State 68. I'm going to ask you about the consistency of the times, because I believe that you have one of the Booker locations at close to the Texaco. So you'll pay attention to the times.
Okay.
Oh, and Your Honor, I know that Mr. Lewis had previously given you a charge on video. I'm going to show one video that's pretty quick, but another one is going to be a 40-minute video. I'm going to fast forward through that video. Have we read that video charge, Mr.
I
Lewis?
have not read the video charge. Do you already request that?
I do, Judge.
Okay. All right. You're about to see a video. I have directed the parties of the video to be, excuse me, I have directed parts of the video to be removed. So for this presentation is not to unnecessarily extend the duration of the trial. Removed portions may include periods of dead time, matters bearing no relations to the case before you, or for specific legal reasons that are not proper for your consideration. You are not to draw any inferences for or against either party based on the removal portions of the video by this court. And since I'm not sure exactly what you're going to play, I'm going to go ahead and read the law enforcement charge with video.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it? Okay.
Your Honor, there's no statement or anything like that. What we're going to show is the interior of the Texaco and then the exterior of the Texaco showing this van pulling out.
Okay, so there's not going to be any law enforcement.
Correct.
Okay, I'll hold that charge until we may need it later.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Investigator Wilbanks, let me pull on over to the Texaco. And this is off of States 68, previously admitted into evidence. It contains a number of videos around the Texaco at Lindbergh Drive. Do you notice the time that's on the lower left-hand, lower right-hand corner of that video?
Yes, I see a timestamp of 1:17 and 38 seconds a.m.
Okay, if you'll please watch this video.
Can you see? I can't want to make sure. You can see. Okay.
I'm stopping the video at 1:18:04, and there's someone talking on the cell phone. We've previously had States 69 tendered and admitted that shows that this man is David Booker. Is that consistent with the CSLI?
Whoa, hold on.
I'm going to object to that characterization. First of all, prosecutor can't testify to who it is, and the investigator or any other witness can't sit on the stand and say, this is who this is in the video. That's for the jury to determine. I'm going to object.
The law's actually changed. 701 allows opinion testimony. Detective Jorstad actually did say on State 69, yes, this is David Booker. From a still shot in the video from 68, that testimony is already.
And so then the prosecutor can tell this other investigator, when there's a sequestration order in effect, that's David Booker? Yeah, I don't think the law has changed in that regard. My objection stands.
Any legal response to that?
And I'm not sure, I'm processing the objection. My question to the detective is it consistent with Mr. Booker's CSLI of Mr. Booker?
But that was not your question, so I'm going to sustain the objection if you'll rephrase your question, because that, I think, is a valid question.
Yes, is what we're seeing on States 68, gentleman targeted on his cell phone consistent with Mr. Booker's CSLI, making a cell phone call from the Texas gas station at Gwinnett.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, now I'm going to go to the more extended video. It's taken on, excuse me. So, I believe in, of course, these are the videos from the Texas gas station. And it's picking up at 01:15:85. Just like I told the court, I'm going to fast forward it to 01:18:24.
Okay.
See a car pulling up at 01:16:38. I'm going to take it, I'm going to fast forward it. See this, someone go into the store at 01:17:38 on the cell phone. At 01:32:33, gentleman looking underneath that sedan, and another gentleman by that sedan.
Yes, sir.
And when we saw earlier on the video of the gentleman on the phone walking into the store, is that consistent with the CSLI information that you had, sir? Of David Booker's phone, making phone calls around that time period?
Yes, sir. It's within that same minute. It's the phone call on that radio access network tower that I talked about was at 1:17 and 33, I believe it's 33 seconds.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
Mr. Lewis.
Judge, can we put the David, the Miles Collins 10:06 to 11:23 a.m. diagram back up?
I'll get it up.
All right. Exactly. Yes, that's it. Thank you very much. This is exhibit what? State's exhibit?
This is State's Exhibit 84.
State's exhibit 84. The prosecutor, before he played fantastic. The prosecutor, before he played the video at the Texaco, indicated that, well, no, you go back to the prior one.
It's the same one. Lawrence, I just expanded it.
Okay, that's fine. The prosecutor, before he played the Texaco video, drew an area with the pointer indicating that Miles Collins and Hughley were also in the same area as David Booker. Remember that question he asked you?
Yes, all three phones were in that general area.
Fantastic. It was all, for me, it's all about distance and area. We indicate I believe the testimony was that we determined David Booker was at 0.85 miles an area in terms of the distance to the QT. Do you recall that?
Right.
Right, 0.85, not quite a mile. His cell phone was somewhere in that area of the QT where the homicide occurred. Is that right?
Right. The representation I gave you of the records.
Right.
That's what it shows.
That's correct. Representation of the records. The prosecutor sort of gave us a grand circle. Do we know the distance that Miles Collins' phone was from the QT? At the time, we were able to determine what David Booker's distance was from the QT?
No.
Okay. Do you know what Hughley's phone distance was from the QT at the time we can determine what David Booker's phone was from the QT?
Booker and Hewley, yeah, there's a lot of robust information about their location information at or about that time.
Okay, good. So at the point where we can determine that David Booker's about 0.85 away from somewhere in that area of the QT, is Hughley's phone showing the same thing, 0.85, that same distance?
Right. Their phones and their records were very consistent about the areas that they would have been in
Okay.
before
okay.
and after, yes.
Okay, so it sounds like you're saying Hughley and David Booker's phone are within 1 mile of the QT. Is that fair to say?
I would say that. In some cases, time matters, so it would depend on exactly which time. We talked about a specific time.
I'm talking about within
But-
2 minutes before the homicide and 2 minutes after the homicide. Within 5 minutes before the homicide or 5 minutes after the homicide. I'm talking about within that, the tightest range we can get. Within that tight range, they're within a mile of the homicide. Is that fair to say?
I think that's fair, yeah.
David Booker and Hughley, is that right?
Right.
But you can't tell us the same thing about Miles, is that right?
Right. I don't have records for that period to do any assessment.
Okay, all right, thank you very
Don't
much.
steal my pointer, Mr.
I'm sorry. No further questions.
I'm very attached to it.
No.
Mr. Clegg?
No, I don't think I have anything else, Judge.
Ms. Drake?
I just wanted to clarify something, and I think it's just the state was thinking and it was worded maybe a little bit differently. I wanted to clarify. He asked a question initially about a call being made from the Texaco. Is that the way the question was worded, I just want to make sure.
Okay.
Based upon the records that you have for Mr. Booker, a phone call was made at, I think the time was 1:17, is that what you stated?
That's correct.
But you do not have records that says it came exactly from that Texaco, just that it was in the area.
No, it was within a close area, but I can't tell you exactly.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Melvin?
If I could ask my question, Judge?
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Collins does not have location data at the time of the homicide, is that right?
Correct.
And no phone call was being made at the time of the homicide, is that right?
That's correct.
That's all right, nothing else.
Nothing more, Judge.
Nothing else.
Okay. May we release Investigator Wilbanks?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And that takes us to this was our final list.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I have good news for tonight and mixed news for tomorrow. The good news for tonight is we are going to adjourn court until tomorrow. The bad news is we're going to start early in the morning on Friday, but we are going to be out of here before lunchtime. So you'll have tomorrow afternoon off, so you can make plans for that. I don't want to jinx it, and so I'm telling you that, and something could happen, but I'm going to ask that you be back here. You be here tomorrow morning at 8. Because we want to get started right at 8:30, and we anticipate finishing before noon, so that you'll have the afternoon off. Let me just remind you, you're still under court order. You cannot research anything about this case, anything about these addresses that you've heard about today, anything about the defendants. Anything about this case. You can't talk to anyone about this case, including your fellow jurors, or anyone at home about it until it is concluded. So we will see you tomorrow morning at 8, so we can get started at 8:30, okay? Thank you very much. Have a good night. We are off the record and court is adjourned.